Early Melbourne and Victoria by William Westgarth. Plate, Edward Henty. Died August 14, 1878. George Robertson and Company Lith. Plate, John Pascoe Fawner. Died September 4, 1869. George Robertson and Company Lith. Personal Recollections of Early Melbourne and Victoria by William Westgarth. Oh, call back yesterday, bid time return. Richard II. A story of the mountain plain, the lake, the river, and the sea, a voice that wakes to life again, an age-long slumbering melody. George Gordon MacRae. Ah! Who has ever journeyed, on a glorious summer night, through the weird Australian bushland, without feelings of delight? The dense untrodden forest, in the moonlight cold and pale, brings before our wondering eyes again the dreams of fairy tale. A. Patchett Martin. The genius of Australia now uprears her youthful form, like hope without hope's fears, while o'er her head our cross, with loveliest rays, heralds the brightness of her future years. R. H. Horne. An introductory medley. Mr. Froude's Oceania. New Zealand. Unity of the Empire. Early Port Phillip. My first night ashore. Indigenous features around Melbourne. The Aboriginal natives in and about town. Early civilizing difficulties. The beach, now Port Melbourne. Early Melbourne, its ups and downs, 1840 to 1851. The Melbourne Corporation, 1842. Early suburban Melbourne. The early squatting times. Early Western Victoria, Australia Felix. Some names of mark in the early years. The Henty family, and the foundation of Victoria. Some interjecta in re Batman, pioneer of the Port Phillip settlement. John Pascoe Fawner, father of Melbourne. James Simpson, first magistrate of the settlement. David Charteris MacArthur, father of Victorian banking. Charles Joseph La Trobe, C.B. Sir John O'Shaughnessy. William Kerr, founder of the Argus. William Nicholson. Charles Hodson Ebden, Esquire. Edward Wilson, chief proprietor of the Argus, the Times of the South. Early society, ways, means, and manners. Government house. Cheap living. Religious interests. The German immigration. The German prince. Black Thursday. Early Victoria, from 1851. Early Ballarat. Mount Alexander and Bendigo. Early Victorian legislation. Postscript. Melbourne in 1888. Albury. Sydney. Brisbane. Personal Recollections of Early Melbourne and Victoria. An introductory medley. Pleasure and action make the hours seem short. Othello. I had long looked forward to one more visit to Victoria, perhaps the last I should expect to make, and the opportunity of the opening of the great Centenary Exhibition at Melbourne on August 1st of this year was too good to be lost. Accordingly, having been able to arrange business matters for so long a holiday, I took passage, with my wife and daughter, by the good steamship, Coptic, of the Shaw Saville New Zealand Line, as it is curtly put. She was to land us at Hobart about July 27th, in good time, we hoped, to get across by the Launceston boat for the exhibition opening, and she bids fair, at this moment, to keep her engagement. We would have taken the director route, with its greater number and variety of objects, via Suez and Colombo, but we feared the sunblaze of the ill-omened Red Sea in summer. We purpose, however, to return that way towards the coming winter. More than 31 years have elapsed since I left Melbourne, after a residence there of 17 years, broken, however, by 2 intermediate visits home. I think with wondering enjoyment of what I am to see in the colony, and its capital after such an interval. Previously, when I returned after only a year or two's absence, I was wont to mark with astonishment all that had been done in that comparatively brief time. I am thankful to Mr. Froude, whose delightful work, Oceania, I could read to all full enjoyment during the leisure and quiet of the voyage, for somewhat preparing me for what I have to see, for I must infer from his graphic accounts, especially of interior progress, while already 3 more years have since elapsed, that even my most sanguine anticipations will be exceeded. Our great Scottish poet and novelist has finely said, "Lives there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, This is my native land? But is there not a formidable rival to the force of this sentiment in that with which one clings to the land where so many of the most vigorous years of life have been actively spent? And a land, besides, of surpassing sunny beauty and of rare romance. Business calls are usually held to be imperative, even if they send us, willing or unwilling, to Ultima Thule or the Pole. Accordingly, my later lot has been to return to the older, and not to continue in the newer, part of the common empire. But at any rate, that rather enhances the enjoyment of this revisit. According to the usual custom, I now write my introduction last of all. I have most pleasantly occupied several hours of the complete leisure of each day in writing these recollections, and now, as we get within almost hours of our destination, I am putting this last hand to my labors. I cannot hope that their light sketchiness can go for much, save with those who, familiar with the great Melbourne and Victoria of today, may enjoy the comparison of the small things of a retrospect extending to almost half a century, and all but to the birth of the colony. The voyage has been extremely pleasant, with a good and well-found vessel, fairly fast as the briskly competitive speed of these days goes, and above all with the head and Captain Burton who has proved first class in every requirement. He has just complimented us by saying that we are the best behaved lot of passengers he ever took. That was due very greatly to himself, and I think that all of us are well able to reciprocate his compliment by regarding him as the best of captains. Officers and crew also have been, to our view at least, faultless, but then, again, all that so much depends upon the captain. Touching the important matter of speed, let me say a little. All important it is, indeed, in this age of fast progress. When I first sailed for Australia, in 1840, we were, I think, 141 days on the way. Nor was that a very inordinate passage then. This time I expect, within that interval, to go and return, besides having nearly 2.5 months to spare, a space of time which now, with rails and fast steamers everywhere, will enable me to visit all southeastern Australasia, including even New Zealand. Of course, that means hardly more than to see, but still that is better than not to see at all, those wonderful parts of our empire. But yet again, on this point of speed, our Coptic's daily run averaged rather under 300 nautical miles. In justice to the good ship, we should credit her with rather more, for during the latter half of the voyage she was meeting or anticipating the sun by 6 or 7 degrees of longitude daily, and thus clipping about half an hour off each day. But turn now to the latest like exploit between Liverpool and New York, the case, I think, of the SS Umbria, whose unprecedented record is of 455 to 503 miles daily. Granting this to be subject to abatement for running this time away from the sun, and thus prolonging the day, there is enough of difference to give us, at this speed, the hope of a 3 weeks' Australian service by the straightest available line. It has already been effected to Adelaide in 29 days. We Australians must hope that ere long Melbourne and Sydney, together with all about them, will weigh, with ourselves at least, as heavily as New York. The coal question is, of course, an awful difficulty for 3 weeks instead of 5 to 6 days, but not, we hope, insuperable. Our Coptic burns but 50 tons a day, but the New York liners require 300. When a man has passed 73, as I have done, he may be excused in doubting his chance of yet another Australian visit. But while he has been waiting these many years, he has seen such vast improvement in intercommunication facilities of every kind, as to establish, he might say, a complete counterbalance to the increasing infirmities of years. Imagine, therefore, the Australian liner of the next few years to be a great and comfortable hotel, as though one went for 3 weeks fresh sea air to Brighton or Bournemouth, with the additional charm that, on quitting your pleasant marine apartments, you stepped out upon Australia. This brings up yet another subject. When attending, for years ago, the very successful and most interesting meeting of the British Association at Montreal, I was very curious as to the possible prospect, now that this body had made so good a first outside step, of a like meeting in Australia. But not very long after, an invitation to the association was actually sent from Melbourne. The year asked for had been pre-engaged for home. My distinguished friend, Mr. Service, told me, when on his late home visit, that no doubt the invitation would go again. I may usefully mention here that the association is usually engaged, or as good as engaged, 2 clear years in advance, so that the 3rd year, at least, in advance should be dealt with for Melbourne. This besides would afford sufficient notice for the busy men of all classes and all vocations at home to arrange conveniently for the necessarily long absence. I do not doubt of complete success. Indeed, it is such a further chance as that which might tempt even the oldest of us into visiting the far-off but bright and sunny south. Mr. Froude's Oceania. I feel that my introductory medley would still be incomplete if I did not allude, somewhat more than I have already done, to Mr. Froude's recently published Oceania, a work which, in its vigor and high literary style, marks quite an era in its Australian field. I had regretted before embarking that, from the pressure of other things, my acquaintance with it had been limited to the reading of many reviews and the hearing of much criticism. But I have been well compensated by a perusal during the peace and ample leisure of this long voyage. I must confine my remarks to 2 points only, which, however, are amongst the most prominent in the book. These are, first, the terms in which he has alluded to the present condition of New Zealand, and second, his ardently loyal remarks, so often repeated, upon that rising question of the day, the political unity of the Empire, a subject which had been advanced at the time into a most significant importance to the Australian colonies by the apparent imminence of war with Russia. New Zealand. I am not inclined to repeat the scolding which, it is understood, my zealous friend, Sir Francis Bell, Agent General for New Zealand, under his high sense of duty, administered to the brilliant author of Oceania, for this sole dark spot of his book. I see no sufficient cause. On the contrary, he has given us such a charming account of the aspects and prospects of this, the most magnificent of our colonies, for I agree with him in believing that it is to be the future home of the greatest nation of the Pacific, that certain loose or inaccurate words addressed to him about the finances, and which he had deemed worth recording, may well be expected to have in comparison the most evanescent effect. One gentleman, he says, amused me considerably with his views. The said views being to the effect that New Zealand would be ready, when the final pressure came, to repudiate her heavy public debt. Another equally vivacious informant stated that, besides the £32 million of colonial borrowing, the municipal debts were at least as much more as the national debt. Now this is 6 times overstated for municipal and harbour debts together. No doubt the actual case is bad enough, for New Zealand has far overborrowed. But as to repudiation, there is not a hint or notion of it in any responsible quarter whatever, any more than with regard to our British consuls, although the colony is, for the time, in the extremity of a depression, ever recurrent in such young, fast-going societies, caused by a continuous subsiding of previous too speculative values. To this I may add, in reference to the smaller issues of colonial municipalities, that of the very great number of these, New Zealand's included, brought for many years past upon the London market, there is not, in my recollection, as a matter of my own business, one single instance of default, as to either principal or interest, if we accept the sole and quite special and temporary case, above 30 years ago, of the city of Hamilton, in Upper Canada. Unity of the Empire. This question has been in a course of rapid clearing during the last few years, and the successful establishment of the Imperial Federation League has given an orderly procedure, in every way promising. The object aimed at is, that the Empire shall have that political binding which will give to it the maximum of power and influence possible under all its circumstances. Above 15 years ago some few of us, very few they then were, first seriously raised this question at home in the Royal Colonial Institute. We had the smallest of audiences then. It is marvelous to look back now upon that indifference. I recollect that about 10 years ago, when the movement was just beginning to look serious to those outside of us, a leading Paris paper devoted an article to the subject, remarking that if Great Britain persevered so as to unite her empire as sought, the balance of the world's power would be so seriously disturbed as to call for an international reconsideration of that subject. The progress as yet has been chiefly negative, but it has been great. Modes entertained at first have been discarded. This may be said of superseding the present imperial parliament by a pro-re not a federal assembly, and it may be equally said of an influx of proportionate colonial representatives into the home house. Councils of colonial ambassadors, agents general, and so on, have, I think, definitely gone the same way. These are chiefly home views, for home is at length aroused as well as the colonies to their common question, and the summons by the Secretary for the Colonies of the Colonial Conference which sat in London 2 years ago marks alike the most prominent and most promising feature in the movement. Mr. Froude has given, most usefully, the views of the colonists. Let us take Mr. Daly's, which is also that of most others, namely, that the nascent but increasing colonial navies should be all under one imperial command, that is, be a part of the British Navy. There is one more step, namely, to dispose of all colonial military force in the same common-sense way, and then we have a politically united empire. But we are constitutional, or representative in our polity, so that something else is still wanted. In short, the unity of the empire requires two things. First, that all its force be under one executive, and next, that the colonies be proportionately represented in that executive. The cabinet seems to me the adaptable body we can operate upon to this end. That body would then be actually, as well as legally, the empire's executive. Nothing should, nothing need, prevent the attainment of this grand end. The tariff bugbear concerns only commerce, and need not arrest nor even interfere with the empire's political unity. All other matters of the common interest can be leisurely settled by mutual consent, as the empire, in its united state, sails along the great ocean of the future. The mother will then, in emergency, have the sure call of her children, while every colony, even to the very smallest, will know that in case of need the whole empire is at its back. When the rest of the world knows that fact, it will thenceforth probably not trouble our empire either about international rearrangements or anything else. Early Port Phillip. Should all the quaintance be forgot, and the days o' lang syne? Burns. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Haynes Bailey. Entering Port Phillip on the morning of the December 13th, 1840, we were wafted quickly up to the anchorage of Hobson's Bay on the wings of a strong southerly breeze, whose cool, and even cold, temperature was to most of us an unexpected enjoyment in the middle of an Australian summer. A small boat came to us at the anchorage containing Mr. and Mrs. D.C. MacArthur and others who had friends or relations on board, and who told us that for some days there had been excessive heat and a hot wind, which had now reacted in this southerly blast, to go on probably into heavy rain, the country being excessively dry. My first night ashore. The hut on the flat. James Henry. How sweet, how passing sweet, is solitude! Cooper. The rain did follow at night to the full as predicted. I had engaged to accompany a young friend that evening to spend the next day, Sunday, at his country seat, on Richmond Flat, where he had constructed, mostly with his own hands, a sort of hut or wigwam, under an unchallenged squattage. Being engaged in a store for long hours on Saturday night, it was past 11 ere we started. The rain had begun to pour, and the night was pitch dark. We got into Collins Street, but had much difficulty in keeping its lines where there were not post and rail fences round the vacant allotments. Only 3 years had elapsed since Melbourne had been named and officially laid out, and excepting the very centre, there were still wide intervals between the houses on either side even of Collins Street. After floundering helplessly about in the foundation cutting of a new house, which was already full of water, but happily only a few inches deep, we at length emerged upon the open of the present Fitzroy Gardens, where for a little time we could keep to the bush track only by trying the ground with our feet or our fingers. But in spite of all care we soon lost the road, and wandered about in the pouring rain for the rest of the night. We were young and strong, and as the rain did not chill us, we were in but little discomfort. A beauteous sunny morning broke upon us, with a delicious fragrance from the refreshed ground. We found ourselves near the Yarra, between the present busy Hawthorne and Studley Park. Solitude and quiet reigned around us, excepting the enchanting ting-ting of the bell-bird. We stripped ourselves, wrung our drenched clothes, and spread them to dry in the sun, and then plunged into the dark, deep still Yarra for our morning bath, afterwards duly reaching my friend's country seat. Indigenous features around Melbourne. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy. Hamlet. These features form an interesting retrospect of early Melbourne. They have nearly all disappeared since with the growth of town and population. Some who preceded me saw the kangaroos sporting over the site of Melbourne, a pleasure I never enjoyed, as the timid creatures fled almost at once with the first colonizing inroad. I have spoken of the little bell bird, which, piping its pretty monotone, flitted in those earlier years amongst the acacias on the banks of the Yarra close to Melbourne, but which has taken its departure to far distances many a year ago. The gorgeous black cockatoo was another of our early company, now also long since departed. For a very few years after my arrival they still hovered about Melbourne, and I recollect gazing in admiration at a cluster of 6 of them perched upon a large gum tree near the town, upon the Flemington Road. The platypus, also, was quite plentiful, especially in the Mary Creek. Visiting, about 1843, my friend Dr. Drummond, who had a house and garden at the nearest angle of the creek, about 2 miles from town, we adjourned to a waterhole, at the foot of the garden, on the chance of seeing a platypus, and sure enough, after a very few minutes, one rose before us in the middle of the pool. The aboriginal natives in and about town. Oh, I see the monstrousness of man when he looks out in an ungrateful shape. Timon of Athens. The natives still strolled into Melbourne at the time of my arrival, and for a couple of years or so after, but they were prohibited about the time of the institution of the corporation, as their nonconformity in attire, to speak in a decent way, their temptations from offers of drink by thoughtless colonists, and their inveterate begging, began soon to make them a public nuisance. But aboriginal ways did not die at once. The virtues or integrity of native life, as Strzaletsky would phrase it, struggled and survived for some few further years the strong upsetting tide of colonial life. Returning one night, about 1843, from dining with Mr. William Locke, an old colonial merchant, at his pretty cottage and gardens on the Mary Creek, between 4 and 5 miles out by the Sydney Road, I diverged westwards from the purely bush track which as yet constituted that main highway of the future Victoria. My object was to escape the swampy vicinities of Brunswick, a village about 3 miles out of town, consisting for a number of years of 3 small brick cottages, adventurously rather than profitably built by an early speculator. With firm footing and under a bright moon, I had a pleasant walk through what is now the beautiful Royal Park, when, judging that I must be nearing Melbourne, I perceived quite a number of lights ahead. There were as yet no public lights to scattered little Melbourne in those early days, although the new corporation, elected the year before, had got to work by this time. So, what could it all be? I was not long in suspense. It could only be a native encampment, and I was soon in its midst. The natives at a distance, especially in the far western direction, were still at times hostile, but all those who lived near town were already quite peaceful, so that I had no hesitation in now entering their encampment. I was most cordially received and shown over the different wigwams, each of which had its fire burning. I was taken specially to one occupied by a poor fellow who, under native war laws, had had his kidney fat wrenched out and eaten by his foes. He showed me the wound, which, however, had now healed up. But he himself had never recovered, being sadly weak and deathlike, as one who had but little more to do with this busy world. The last great native demonstration near Melbourne, and indeed, so far as I can recollect, the last of its kind within the colony, took place about a mile northeast of the town, in the middle of 1844. This was a grand corroboree, arranged for amongst themselves by surrounding tribes, including the still considerable tribe of the River Goulburn. This was, as it were, one last aboriginal defiance, hurled in despair from the expiring native cause against the too victorious colonial invasion. We of the town had heard of the proposed exhibition, and many, including myself, went out to see it. There were present 700 aborigines of all ages and both sexes. The performances were chiefly by the younger men, in bands of 50s, for the respective tribes, while the females, in lines by themselves, beat the time, and gave what they no doubt considered to be music. Early civilizing difficulties. He loves his own barn better than he loves our house. First part Henry IV. Up to that time, and for some time longer, the religious conversion of these natives was regarded as hopeless, so deeply bred in blood and bone was Aboriginal character. Consequently, all the earlier missions were abandoned in utter despair, with only one exception, that of the Moravians, which, in faith and duty continuing the work, was at length rewarded with success. Naturally, some few, especially amongst the young, were less severely native than the rest, and these were more or less gained. But the change came with the next generation, born in the purple of surrounding colonial life. The blood and bone had been partially neutralized, and this is still more the result of yet another generation that has followed, so that, in spite of the black skin, the missionary now deals with natures much more amenable to his teachings. A remarkable illustration of Aboriginal tenacity, which, however, I am quoting only from memory, occurred in South Australia. 2 Aboriginal children, separated from babyhood from Aboriginal life, were trained and educated like colonists. For the earlier years little difference was noticed, but as they advanced into boyhood some restlessness became evident. When, on one occasion, a native tribe, presumably their own, happened to be near Adelaide, these children, who had either seen them or heard of them, made their escape at the earliest opportunity, and, having reached the native camp, at once threw off the habiliments of civilization, and never after showed any disposition to return to the conditions they had so summarily rejected. The beach, now Port Melbourne. Thinking of the days that are no more. Tennyson. At the time of my arrival, all Melbourne-bound passengers were put out by their respective ships' boats upon that part of the northern beach of Port Phillip that was nearest to Melbourne, whence, in straggling lines, as they best could in hot winds, they trod a bush track of their own making, which, about 1.5 miles long, brought them to a punt or little boat just above the falls, where the owner made a good living at 3d a head for the half-minute's passage. This debarkation place got to be called, par excellence, the beach. It consisted already of 2 public houses, kept respectively by Liardet and Lingham. Both were respectable people in their way, but the first was also a character. Of good family connection, he had enjoyed a life of endless adventure, which, however, had never seemed any more to elevate him by fortune than to depress him by its reverse. He was a kind of roving Garibaldi, minus, indeed, the hero's war paint and the Italian unity, but with all his frankness and indomitable resource. Having a family of active young sons, he secured the boating of the beach, as well as the other thing. But his untold riches of experience seemed never to condescend to develop into riches of mere money, and perhaps without one pang of regret to his versatile and resourceful mind. This beach was a sterile spot, afterwards fittingly called Sandridge, and presented so little inducement to occupancy that these 2 public houses were the whole of it till well on to the days of gold. Then the beach awoke to its destinies. When the Melbourne and Hobson's Bay Railway was projected, in 1852, there were already a good few houses, mostly wooden, straggling along either side of the original bush track. Then arose the respectable suburb of Sandridge, to be finally superseded by the municipality of Port Melbourne, which, with its mayor and corporation, can now enter the London market with its own loan issues. The only other indigenous feature of this somewhat featureless beach which I recollect was a little virulently salt lagoon, situated in complete isolation near the bay, and only some 100 yards on the right-hand side of the track to Melbourne. We all knew it was there, but it had extremely few visitors, owing to its unapproachable surrounding of bushes, and its bad repute from a countless guard of huge and ferocious mosquitoes. Without outlet for its extra briny waters, and in its desolate solitude, it might have aspired to be a sort of tiny Dead Sea. With the advance of Sandridge, this evil-omened southern Avernus came in for better consideration, and by 1854, with a cutting into the bay, it had become a ready-made boat haven. The Melbourne maps now show me that it must have reached still higher destinies. Early Melbourne, its ups and downs, 1840–51. Will fortune never come with both hands full? Second part Henry IV. The weakest go to the wall. Romeo and Juliet. But it's better to scheme than to slumber. J. Brunton Stevens, Queensland. Sweet are the uses of adversity. As you like it. When Fawner, in August 1835, following Batman's example of the previous May, organized and sent forth his party from Launceston to explore and colonize Port Phillip. His instruction was that they should squat down for a home only where there was adequate fresh water. When, in their cruising about to that end, the party entered the Yarra at the bay's head, ascended its roundabout course, and found ample water to drink above the falls, they at once disembarked there, and there in consequence arose Melbourne. Fawner, following in October, confirmed the choice, and with his characteristic energy commenced the work of colonization. The immediate needs decide many things. For better, for worse. A good many have since thought that this has been a costly and inconvenient site for the colony's capital, and that of Williamstown, with its healthful level, like New York, might have been better, and still better than either. Geelong, with its beautiful ready-made harbor, its immediate background of rich soil, and its direct access to all the superior capabilities of the West and Northwest. But there Melbourne is, and in spite of all obstacles it is already the prominent city of the Southern Hemisphere, and Fawner is justly its father. When Melbourne's father died, now a good many years ago, and with not a few of the admitted honors and merits of a long, laborious, and useful life, I sent authority to friends there to subscribe for me to the inevitable monument. But my offered money was never demanded, and therefore I fear that the living busy tide of such a host of sons has crowded out the memory of the dead parent. A vision of earliest Melbourne rises before me. Allotment speculators were bound, within moderate time, to construct a dwelling on their purchase, and in some cases these were made with honest intention, as in the 2 adjacent half-acres of Mr. James Smith and Mr. Skene Craig in West Collins Street. But in most cases these coarse structures were only shams, which disappeared right early. The only buildings, on a good many sections that are now central and almost priceless, were post and rail fences, somewhat dilapidated at places by our license of jumping over them for a short diagonal to adjacent streets. Let me try to recall the Melbourne of 1840, as it looked in that year, the year of my arrival. In the first place I must protest against the meager view given some years ago in the Illustrated London News, from a sketch by Mossman, an early colonist of my acquaintance, and copied into the lively and pleasant volume of my esteemed friend, Miss Isabella Bird, now Mrs. Bishop. It may be true as far as it goes, but it is only the Western Market Square, which had hardly 1/30th part of that year's Melbourne. At the close of 1840 there were between 3,000 and 4,000 of population, although perhaps 1/4 of these, who had been recently shot out of emigrant ships, were merely waiting for employment or settlement. The whole district had about 9,000. Curiously enough, Melbourne, including suburbs, has always had about 1/3 of the total colonial population, while Sydney and Adelaide respectively have been much the same. But this naturally comes of a vast interior behind, which has practically only the one outlet. In New Zealand, on the other hand, the long strip of land, with the sea near to every part, calls into being a number of small capitals. The latter are the immediate facilities, but in the other case, the ultimate creation of a surpassingly great city, with all its powerful concentration of resource, seems on the whole the more promising for a country's advance in all the interests of human life. The latest returns for the end of last year, 1887, give 392,000 people to Melbourne, in a total for the colony of 1,033,000. Taking Central Collins Street, which was then, and I suppose is still, the chief seat of business, and beginning with the Shakespeare, at the market corner, where originally Fawner opened the first public house, and proceeding eastwards to Swanston Street, there was a good sprinkling of brick-built offices, stores, and shops, including Kerr & Holmes, in stationery, Drummond's Grocery, Wooden, Turnbull, Orr and Company, Forsyth's Druggery, the Imperial Inn, Pitman, Dinwiddie's Saddlery, Townend's Corner, Wooden, George James's Wine Office and House, and the ill-fortuned Port Phillip Bank. Returning by the other side were Hood, chemist, Cashmore, draper, Carson, shoemaker, J.M. Chisholm and the Benjamins, soft goods, the hardware shop of William Whitton, a leading Wesleyan, his Wesleyan church, and the Bank of Australasia, which towered up, prince of the small squad. To the far east, on the south side, was our worthy Dr. Howitt's good house and garden. On the other side were some few small brick dwellings, One was occupied by Deputy Assistant Commissary General Erskine. In another was Dr. Hobson, whose untimely death was an early grief to our small society, unable to spare such lives. He was the friend and correspondent of Professor Owen, and supplied the Prince of Science with curious data of the strange, and then but scantily known, Australian fauna, from the platypus, at the head of modern wonders, back to the earliest marsupialdom of the fossil world. The Reverend Alexander Morrison's independent church and adjacent manse came next. The Scots Church, lower down, of which the Reverend James Forbes was minister, was then being built. Not till the next year was the creditably large Mechanics' Institute begun. A good story is told of it, characteristic of the earlier flourish of the times. Mr. P.W. Welsh, then the leading merchant, had offered to subscribe so largely that the committee took offense at such vain presumption, and limited subscriptions to more modest sums. Returning to the marketplace, and taking its eastern side, was a small nest of early merchants, E.M. Sayers, whose stores my firm bought 8 years later. Watson and White were brothers, whose senior, the well-known Mr. Jonathan Binns was always, under all fortunes, a prominent and influential merchant and citizen. W. and H. Barnes and Company, and perhaps one or two more. But as the buildings are not given in Mossman's sketch, they probably belong to the end of the year, or possibly tied over into 1841. Towards the foot of the market slope the first custom house was being built, and of that dismal, dark brown indurated sandstone, of which other places, St. James's Church, the old jail, etc., were also built, because it was so near at hand. Sweeping now round to the west side we come to the good store and residence belonging to J.F. Strachan, of Geelong, and managed by F. Noden, who was quite a character of the time, with his bustling form, and face ever full of business, whether business were full or not. He would always accept his bills in red ink, and, as the joke goes, the bills being good, the Noden manner was supposed to help even the non-Noden bills through at the Australasia. At the corner opposite the Shakespeare was the Melbourne Auction Company, where I first met my most worthy old friend, George Sinclair Brodie, so well known for 10 years after as the leading Melbourne auctioneer, or rather, broker, for that is nearer the home equivalent. He was the salesman, while a genial and amusing good fellow, John Carey, from Guernsey, was manager. The company had just paid 20% dividend, the first as well as the last in that way. In the jolly days up to that time every buyer got credit, and there was plenty of business. But when the times changed the credit bills were not met, and so the poor MAC, which had as usual guaranteed them, got cleaned out. Down Collins Street once more, we passed the primitive wooden cottage residence of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, whose family of fine daughters were already all married, Mrs. D.S. Campbell, Mrs. R. Russell, Mrs. Martin, Mrs. Hutton, excepting the youngest, then a schoolgirl, afterwards married to Nance of Geelong, D.S. Campbell's partner. Then came Craig and Broadfoot's stores, and Allison and Knight's flour mills. At the end was pretty green Batman's Hill, which has since been remorselessly sacrificed for the great railway terminus. Batman's original wooden house on the southern slope was, after his early death, occupied as the government offices by Mr. La Trobe, and this homely tenement did such high duties for no small subsequent term. Down hereabout was also a conspicuous line of 5 little wooden cottages, called Roach Terrace, after Captain Roach, another very early colonist, which were each let at £5 a week, although they would not have brought half that money by the year at home. Returning on the other side was St. James's Church, in charge of the Reverend Mr. Thompson, of most sociable memory, within its ample open area, and further on, the notorious Lamb Inn. For the rest of Melbourne of 1840 I must be content with one general sketch. Manton's Mills had arisen at the lower end of the wharf, such as it then was. Flinders Street had as yet but little in it. James Jackson, afterwards Jackson, Ray and Company, was already there. About the middle was the cottage of P.W. Welsh, prior to his removing to South Yarra, and there, as the story goes again, Mrs. Welsh gave her £500 party. But having unfortunately omitted Arden, the editor of the Gazette, in the invitations, he was left free to denounce so bad an example of extravagance. Burke Street had an incongruous grouping, including the well-known Kirk's Bazaar, and the superb cottage, for its time, of Mr. Carrington, the solicitor, and in Little Burke Street was Mr. Condell's brewery. At the far east end was Mr. Porter's good cottage, and further on, Mr. La Trobe's bijou residence, in its pretty grounds, which, although only of wood and of the smallest dimensions, he stuck to until his final leave in 1854. The lanes, or Little Flinders and Collins Streets, were already fairly filled, as the land there was much cheaper. In the former were Heap and Grice's offices, and the Adelphi Hotel, approaching the Lamb Inn in noisy repute. The latter had Bell's and Buchanan, the post office under D. Kelsh, and where Elizabeth Street crossed, G. Lovell and Company and Campbell and Woolley. The Catholic Church in Lonsdale Street was under construction, and on the western brow was Mr. Abrahams's good house, with his 2 pretty girl children, one of whom was in succession Mrs. Pike, Mrs. Gray, and Mrs. Williams, and is still alive, with a creditable total of family. Beyond was the trackless bush, excepting the bush tracks to Sydney, and in the Flemington and Keeler direction. But outside the town were already several suburbs, of which Collingwood was the largest, having the residences of John Hunter Patterson and other leading early colonists. I used to traverse not a few dreary empty allotments in the hot summer sun to reach the stores of my friend the Honourable James Graham, whose dwelling and business place in Russell, by Burke Street, seemed then quite far out of the village, but is since in the very heart of the great city. The course of values in the colony, early and late, is well illustrated by this example. The allotment originally belonged to our friend in common, S.A. Donaldson, of Sydney, who had bought for some nominal price at the government sale in 1837. He bought many other lots thereabout, and towards Collingwood, further east and north, and after the gold discoveries, he told me pathetically, oftener than once, that his impatience to sell had lost him the status and happiness, whatever the latter might be, of a millionaire. Donaldson had let this place, with its house, stores, etc., good as these things went then, to Graham, at £500 a year. This was about 1838-9, when everything in business ways was rolling jollily upwards. But some few years afterwards the landlord's attorneys, William Ryrie and myself, had to reduce the rent to either £100 or £50, I think the latter. Some years later, Graham purchased at £2,000, and it is understood has lately resold at something approaching £250,000. As these matters are all locally so well known, I feel that, as with wills at Doctors' Commons, I tread upon no toes in such useful illustrations. I arrived just to witness the last glories of the famous champagne lunches, which prefaced the auction sales of these early days, and repeatedly I saw in his element Charles Williams, the earliest of his trade. If such lunches cost £40, which was given me as a moderate average, who suffered, argued their justifiers, if the exhilaration they produced gave £400 more to the net proceeds? The brisk liquor appreciably blew up the prices, as the same lots, cut up and rearranged, would come again and yet again under the hammer. Many a bullock drover would pull up on passing the auction room or tent, and quaff off half a bottle to the good health of all concerned in such liberality. One respectable old colonist was said to have almost lived on those lunches in the dear early times, so regularly did he encourage and patronize them. The bidding public were regaled before the sale, but the auctioneer and his clients after, a plan which made very much the better business, as might have been seen by the effects in either case. Williams began with £4,000 a year profits, which I dare say went on to the rate of £10,000 for the brief term. He was just finishing what, for those times, was a fine villa on the Yarra bank, beyond Richmond, when the rapidly receding tide left him, as well as many others, stranded. Great gum tree stumps were grievously prevalent, alike in Melbourne streets and allotments. Swanston Street was special in this way, and they long flourished upon allotments about where the City Hall at first stood. One huge stump, just touching the Collins Street line where the Criterion Hotel was afterwards built, long held defiant existence, the wooden building of the time having deviated to go round it. When at length the lot came to be sold by Mr. James Purves, a well-known early allotment monger, whom I recollect on this occasion descanting on the future prospects of so central a site, the buyer had the too long endured enemy attacked and extirpated. The Melbourne Corporation, 1842. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy winter's field. Shakespeare, Sonnet 2. The corporation arose towards the end of 1842, and then the anti-stump warfare began. My friend Henry Condell, like so many other early birds a Tasmanian, a Vandemonian was the ill-omened name at that time, was the first mayor. The times were bad, and the shilling rating caused a growl, but the new body held its way. John Charles King, an Ulster man, and of good abilities, was the first town clerk. His successor, William Kerr, had greater abilities, but not equal method and activity. Both were strong Orangemen, a feeling, however, for which this colonial ground was not favorable. The bane and bottomless deep for the corporation's narrow budget was Elizabeth Street, where a little, casual, called the Williams, of a mile's length, from the hardly perceptible hollows of the present Royal Park, played sad havoc at times with the unmade street. It had scooped out a course throughout, almost warranting the title of a gully, and at Townend's Corner we needed a good long plank by way of a bridge. At the upper end of the street was a nest of deep channels which damaged daily for years the springs and vehicles of the citizens. The more knowing of us who lived northwards dodged these evils by a particular roundabout via Swanston Street. Up almost to gold diggings and Victorian parliaments did the great Sydney Road begin thus inauspiciously, and hardly less perniciously disconcerting was the Brunswick Swamp, 3 miles further on. Melbourne missed a great chance in filling up with a street this troublesome, and, as a street, unhealthy hollow. Dr. Howitt used to tell me he never could cure a patient, resident there, who had become seriously unwell. A reservation of the natural grass and gum trees between Queen and Swanston streets would have redeemed Melbourne up to the first rank of urban scenic effect, and the riotous Williams might, with entire usefulness, have subsided into a succession of ornamental lakes and fish ponds. Early suburban Melbourne. Oh, for a lodge in some vast wilderness! Cooper. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife. Gray. In 1844 I lived in a little cottage at South Yarra, on the Dandenong or Gardiner's Creek Road, then only a bush track, although considerably trodden. I had not many neighbors. Mr. Jackson, at the far end, had bought Toorak, but not yet built upon it, and the near end was graced by Mr. R. H. Brown's pretty villa, in its ample grounds, sold shortly before to Major Davidson, and constituting the palace of its time along the road. There was a trackless forest opposite us, and more than once I missed my way in trying to make a straight cut to the present St. Kilda. One Sunday morning I made a discovery, a small sheet of water, glittering in the sunshine, and I long gazed admiringly on the countless insects and plants about its edges. It was confessedly neither broad nor deep, and a certain tag-rag indefiniteness of outline gave occasion afterwards to envious anti-foreigners all about to make it out as only a swamp. The little thing had much badgering to endure in this way in Prahran's early progress. Later on, I saw it as a sort of central reserve of the ever-rising Prahran. But still later it was drained off and turned about its business, as either a profitless nuisance, or a too costly ornamentation, sick transit, etc. The following year, 1845, in which my worthy old friend Alfred Ross joined me in business in the Market Square, then a place of the very smallest pretensions compared to now, I rented, with him, the allotment next beyond the Major's. It had been vacant since its previous occupancy 3 years before by Mr. P. W. Welsh, already spoken of, one of the earliest and largest, best known, and least fortunate of Melbourne's early merchants. That the bad times that had brought many of us to the ground had then not quite passed, although they had by this time evidently bottomed, may be judged by the fact that we got a fairly habitable large cottage, with 25 picturesque acres, and the remains, such as they were, of a garden, for £30 a year. 5 years earlier some thousands a year would have been needed to live in such a place. 8 years later it was worth, for mere site value, probably £30,000. I am afraid to say what it may now be worth. Probably most of it is long ago, cut up, into streets and town lots, like Major Davidson's paddock, alongside, which, consisting of some 12 acres next the Dandenong Road, realized in 1854, under gold discovery stimulus, no less than £17,000. Such are a few specimens of colonial ups and downs. Here, too, we made acquaintance, pleasant and long protracted, with our neighbors, the gallant Major, since Colonel Davidson, his quiet and amiable wife, and Missy, as she was called, their only child, then of 7 years, but in due time a surpassingly accomplished young lady, who was married to the son of Colonel Anderson, and still survives in London. She has confessed to me since that she used then to look up to me with great awe and regard, not merely, I hope, because I was so much the senior. Only one other incident here. One dark night, towards the fall of summer, detained by business longer than usual, we lost our way as we walked home, distance hardly 2 miles. After some dandering about, in order to strike the corner of Major Davidson's fence, which was as good to us as at home, we caught glimpse of a light, which in that place we knew must be a stranger. Then, as we approached, there were figures and voices. Who should this be but old Liardet from the beach, with a section of his family, who, having an outing in Melbourne, had, like ourselves, stayed too late, and were now hopelessly at sea, and far out of their track and groping their way back. They offered us a share of quarters, as it seemed useless to try the pathless forest any longer. But we were too sure of our whereabouts to give up the game so easily, and after some more perambulating we struck the fence. In spite of the attractions and economies of Tempe, for that, I think, was the name it ambitiously held, we quitted South Yarra within the same year for a still greater bargain and temptation in the opposite direction, where I had just then the chance of picking up, at an old song, the pretty cottage previously occupied by Mr. Locke, on the Mary Creek, 4 miles north by the Sydney Road. Besides the presentable cottage, there was a large, well-stocked garden, at an acre cultivation field, and a small natural park, vulgarly, paddock, in all 46 acres, for £50, plus £300 of inevitable mortgage. I called it Maryfield, after my parental home in Edinburgh, and revelled in grapes, plums, and peaches, and much other country happiness. When a host of visitors, on a bright summer day, would rather strain the narrow larder, I used to divert the party into the garden, where they could complete their meal, although at times with inconvenient demand, from the male section at least, upon the brandy. When, in 1854, I resold the lot to Mr. David Moore, under the heavy temptation of £6,000, he took the warrantable liberty of a slight nominal alteration to Moorfield, while at the same time he erased the poor old cottage for something more accordant with great golden Victoria. In this case I had a rather striking illustration of the old land transfer and other law-costs incubus from which my late friend Sir R. Torrens has so effectually relieved these colonies, and that, too, as I believe, owing to the multiplied transactions, without any real detriment to our many legal friends. Pounds were pounds in those economy-needing times, and as the Savings Bank had, after a thorough overhaul, accepted the title before giving its loan, I declared myself perfectly satisfied to proceed at once to the conveyance. But no, that was impossible. The courtesies, the practice, the established rights, in short, of ancient custom required all to be done over again, and attested copies of title, drafts of title as to defects for counsel's opinion, and so on, even if all the paper and verbiage were to go straight to the waste basket, and thus a not over-convenient bill of about £70 was rolled up. But I must at the same time bear in mind that this heavy drag applied to all landed property, restricting business in it and reducing its value. Had Torrens's Act been then in action, I could not possibly, with the resulting higher value of land, have secured my bargain at the £50, probably not even at 50 plus the 70. The early squatting times. Our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. As you like it. The title, Victoria, did not come to us until, on July 1, 1851, we bloomed into an independent colony, having succeeded, after a good deal of struggle and contention, in getting separated from our mother, New South Wales, who complimented us by being very loath, and even angry, that so very promising a child should be detached from her. We had begun as the southern or Port Phillip district of that spacious colony, which had already dropped South Australia, and 8 years afterwards was to lose yet another arm in Queensland. I recall with interest and pleasure some early trips into the interior, when it was in a very different condition from now, when the indigenous reigned almost uninvaded throughout, and when aboriginal natives were in many places as plentiful as colonists. For some years squatting life was the predominant, or rather all but the sole feature of the interior beyond Melbourne. The little capital was at first always called the settlement, a distinctive title, however, which was just expiring when I arrived. But for some years after, the term settler always meant a squatter, and not a farmer, as might be supposed, with his settled or fee simple home. My first trip to the interior was, towards the end of 1841, to the sheep station of my old friend Sam Jackson, situated on the Deep Creek, 17 miles northward from Melbourne. There I first tasted damper and saw the novelties of squatting life. Samuel, and his brother William, nicknamed for some reason the General, were of the very earliest from over the Straits, William having been one of the party organized and sent over in August, 1835, by Fawner. Sam followed soon after, and they took up this station on the Deep Creek, under the natural impression that to be so near the settlement must be an advantage. They soon found it otherwise for more than one reason. The constant tramp of sheep passing over their run to go beyond them exposed their ground to infection, especially from scab. And they were exposed in another way hardly less costly and far more annoying, for every traveler, whether bona fide or not, claimed quarters at the Jacksons, and made the sheep disappear of a hungry morning with marvelous rapidity, and at a time when, with the demand for livestock to fill up the empty country, their value had risen to 40 shillings each and upwards. The General had mainly to sustain this attack, as his brother was generally in Melbourne practicing professionally as an architect, and was engaged at that very time in building the Scots Church in Collins Street. Naturally enough, he would fain have turned somewhat the flank of this invading host, but, without being successful, his efforts only got him the name of Hungry Jackson. Later on, I met further variety of early squatting life in a trip to the Werribee Plains, where some friends, the Pinkertons from Glasgow, and Mr. James Seals, late merchant and chief magistrate of Leith, had their respective stations. On those vast plains, extending westwards 30 to 40 miles, from Melbourne to the Anakies, or Station Peak, the slight and scattered squatting invasion had hardly disturbed anywhere the indigenous features. Thus over a vast solitude we revelled in much of specially Australian scenery, particularly that of tortuous and deeply excavated creeks, with their chains of ponds or waterholes, the running stream mostly dried up, indeed sometimes for whole years together, but all characterized, more or less, by irresistible rushes after heavy rains, sweeping all before them, including not seldom the sheep, and even the homestead, of the incautious or inexperienced settler. I have a striking contrast in store when I revisit those plains, which now resound to the traffic of road and railway, and to the busy hum of many towns and villages and of farming and gardening life. As early as 1842, I paid a pleasant visit to pretty little Geelong, and thence on to beautiful and diversified, but then almost empty, Colac, meeting, at either one or other place, Mr. Duncan Hoyle and his two sisters, the Messrs. Hardy, of Leith, who were then or after the husbands respectively of these ladies, Messrs. Hugh and Andrew Murray, and Mr. Augustus Morris, of Colac, who entertained us hospitably at the huts, as station homesteads were then humbly designated, and who poured out upon us interminable colonial experiences in a clear, penetrating voice from which there was no escape. But we did not wish to escape, and so we enjoyed everything. Mr. Morris, who is now a prominent and useful man in Sydney, came early from across the Straits with the tide, and settled here, and after some few years, passed through rather trying times, which were not perhaps quite so profitable as he expected. He was induced to sell out to the famous Mr. Benjamin Boyd, who, arriving unexpectedly just before this time from London in his fine yacht, had descended upon quiet, plodding Melbourne like a dives of unfathomable wealth. He had made a hasty run up to Colac, seen and appreciated Morris, bought him out, and left him in charge of this first of many purchases of the great Australian Wool Company, or whatever other title was to suit the great schemes of this busy head which had turned up amongst us. Mr. Boyd's main idea of buying up squatting property during the reaction sure to follow the early speculation excitement of 1837 to 1840 was no bad business project, or at all unskillfully formed. He gave Morris 7 shillings a head for his sheep. But the fall went on continuously into 1844, so that Boyd effected large purchases at rates as low, in some cases, in the Sydney district, as even 1 shilling a head, besides cattle and horses at relatively the same. The result, however, was sad and terrible. It was confusion and failure, and mainly for this simple reason, that human nature, left practically uncontrolled, will never give the due care and attention to interests which are only those of other people. He had got up a bank specially for the supply of all the needed funds for his grand schemes, thus securing, as he put it, an independently large business for that institution. The chief shareholders knew, or might have known, the character of their prospects. They all expected unusual profits under the circumstances, and might possibly have got them. Under this pleasant result they would have credited chiefly their own sagacious courage. But instead they realized most severe loss, and then, with angry unanimity, they condemned, and would have prosecuted, Boyd. Wrath fell upon the younger brother, Mark, who had stayed at home, and who, I think, had honestly but vainly striven to keep an intelligible reckoning out of the confusing advices of his senior's various and huge money-absorbing speculations. There was a sad uncertainty about Mr. Boyd's ending. The local representatives, for the time, of the Royal Bank of Australia had closed accounts with him in the best way they could, allowing him to leave Sydney with his yacht and several friends. He visited the Californian diggings, and afterwards took a cruise among the Pacific Islands. He landed on one of them, as though for some shooting, but was never either seen or heard of more. Another pleasant trip about this time was to Yering, the Ryrie station, situated nearly halfway up to the cool mountainous sources of the River Yarra. This had already been made a charming home to any contented mind, satisfied to fall back upon country resources. It was a cattle station, for, in the thickly wooded hills, hollows, and flats about sheep could not live, at least, to any purpose, and the homestead had the importance of a little straggling street, with the main dwelling at the top, as the end of a cul-de-sac, and the dairy and what not in marshalled line below. We reveled in pastoral abundance. I wandered into the adjacent woods, experiencing the sense of overpowering grandeur amidst their vast solitudes, with the gum trees rising straight above me with colossal stems, not seldom 300 feet and more in height, and 100 feet, or even much more, from the ground without a branch. When this red gum has elbow room, it expands in all variety of form, attaining in favoring circumstances vast dimensions, as in one example met with in the Dandenong Ranges, which measured 480 feet in height. But in this Yering case, crowded as they were impoverishingly together upon flats of the river, they did not bulk out into such dimensions, but they shot up side by side, straight as arrows, rivals en route to the clouds. Sad changes came to Yering's happy and hospitable owners since, for, like many others, they had to realize, in the bad times, and to quit a most pleasant home. But Yering itself has thriven, and has since advanced into a great wine-producing district, whose wines Mr. de Castella, its later owner, has made to carry prizes even at European exhibitions. Early Western Victoria, Australia Felix. Oh, 'tis the sun that mocketh all things shine. Love's labor lost. He makes a July day short as December. Winter's tale. But my chief excursions, which have left a pleasantly vivid recollection of early colonizing life, were made to the far west, the one in 1844, right through to the Glenelg, the other the year after, to the newly founded township of Warrnambool. The first of these was undertaken partly on business in the interests of the Boyd stations lately formed about Eumerella, a place of evil repute then as to the native hostility. I had previously chanced to chum with Boyd's Port Phillip manager, Mr. Robert Fennell, a young fellow as well-looked, gentlemanly, and pleasant as anyone could meet with, and with whom I both officed and housed to mutual satisfaction for 2 years, until his marriage with the daughter of John Batman. And thus I came in for some few of the many Boyd commissions that were flying freely about in those years, and which were not at all unacceptable to any of us in that time of small things. I afterwards, as I have pleasure in recording, received the hospitalities of the great commission maker in his generously open house at Sydney. Once more, in passing westwards, I was at Colac. It was the month of June, midwinter, but the country, with its lake, was not the less beautiful in the universal green. Excepting the partial post and rail barricade of my friend William Robertson's 5,000 acres of purchased land, there was nothing all around but free and open squatting. On every side was the hardly yet disturbed indigenous aspect. Pelicans flew aloft, tall adjutants stalked about here and there, and cockatoos screeched everywhere. One of the curious green knolls, so common there, was so thickly covered with the yellow-crested white cockatoo as to give the look of a cap of snow. Leaving Morris's huts, I made for another Boyd station, in the famous Far West Eumerella district. There were many beauties around, for I had entered Mitchell's Australia Felix, its extreme borders, to be sure, but the most beautiful of it all. My nag was more than ever in clover, and we wandered on through marvels upon marvels of remarkable and richly fertile country. The country was all but empty as I now coursed through it, but no amount of colonization could much alter its most striking scenery, geological and general. I had some sense of awe and mystery as I gazed down into a sort of Dead Sea depths at the southern end of salt Corangamite, and then up at the abruptly towering, stony rises, capped by volcanic Porndon in my near vicinity. I passed the manifolds, where a sprinkling of fat cattle left hardly an impression on the superabounding grass. Eumerella, or rather the Boyd fragment of that large, rich, and varied cattle area, was in charge of a versatile youth of the name of Crawford, of a good Scotch family, whom, to the great amusement of my friend Fennel, I rechristened as Squire Hopeless, owing to his utter nonconformability to the monotonies of civilized life. I was sufficiently versed in geology to be aware of the wonders around me, so we were soon off over the stony rises to Mount Eels, only a few miles away, which, like another Porndon, raised its not lofty but mysterious-looking head to arouse our curiosity. We were guided latterly by a well-beaten native track, for this seemed a favorite walk of the aborigines. Our trip was not without danger, for the aboriginal relations had been anything but of that peacefulness which characterized the Melbourne vicinities. But we made up a station detachment under a remarkably fine strong young fellow called Wells, of Tasmanian birth, and equal, in an emergency, to 6 or a dozen natives for his own share. We saw nothing of natives, however, and were rewarded with wonders of geology. The little Mount Eels cone surmounted, we looked far down into a vast crater of miles in circuit, whose sharp-ridged, angry, unsettled-looking sides could barely convince us that we looked upon an extinct volcano. Hardly did its aspect reach the solid quiet of the Vesuvian interior, as described by some scanty classic records, prior to the grand, sudden, entirely unexpected outburst of the Pompeian eruption. Let the crowds of the future Pompeiis and Herculaneums of Victoria look out, for their Vesuvius may some day play havoc, with similar treachery. We were introduced early to Old Gorry and his nephew MacGregor, two doughty Scots, famous, and too famous, in the native hostilities of the last year or two, indeed, ever since these fine runs were taken up. The aboriginal of so fine a country was, at any rate, a primus inter pares of his race, and no way to be despised. The white invaders suffered heavily, in property at least, if not much in their own lives, at the hands of the invaded. Which side was in fault would have been a hard knot to unravel, and probably few on either side troubled themselves much to undo it. Old Gorry was ever in the thick of war, and duty and inclination went cordially together. He was a cool and terrible shot, and had a terribly long and forcibly arguing rifle. The story goes that, when a couple of pursued marauders had escaped from one covert, and in wild terror were making for another, he quietly waited till they chanced to come in line, and then sent one bullet through both. But he had his cautious and adroit way of telling his doings, as he described to us how, in the turmoil of pursuit, the gun gied aft, and some poor craters fell. He had good need, for the authorities had been thoroughly aroused by the occasional atrocities that were sure to arise out of the strong mutual antipathies of the case, and on one occasion, for what seemed a signal case of this kind, involving the massacre of unresisting women as well as men, 5 colonists were arrested and brought to trial, and would certainly have swung for it, had there not been some inadequacy of direct evidence. The next station, Dunmore, was already quite famed for its pattern homestead. I entered its hospitable doorway with a sense of comfort, and of the climax of possible squatting attainments such as had never been approached before. Campbell, McKnight, and Irvine, Scots, all of them at home at the time, were of the best company, classic or otherwise, alike to one another and to all visitors. Janet, from the kitchen, too, sent us the best oatcakes and other Scotch fare. I always fancy now that such cooks must be called Janet, from lively remembrance of the savoury hodgepodge and sheep's head of another Janet at old Robert Sutherland's, at Egham. Thence I reached Burchett's of the Emus, less finished, indeed, but hardly less attractive. They were business clients of my pleasant old friend Charles Barnes, whose name I gave as my pass, with, however, but little need in those open-door days. This was a sheep station, as it was a drier locality, the other stations having been more suited for cattle. We sat joyously chatting in the bright midwinter sunshine. The air was redolent of humor, for which the Burchetts had a name. One of them was rather deaf, indeed very deaf, but when he did pick up the current subject, he seldom failed to contribute good sauce. With regret I remounted next morning, for with business finished in this direction, I was resolved to push on to the Glenelg, as I wished to see through Victoria westwards while I had the opportunity. So I turned my steed north for the Wannon. I struck a little southern tributary of that pretty grass-banked river, and saw a noteworthy as well as a quite Australian sight. Some recent slight rains had just set the tiny creek in motion, and it was now in the act of filling up a previously quite dry waterhole. I watched the tiny stream till it filled up this hole, and then saw it duly into the next, only a couple of 100 yards off. There was a long succession of these holes before it, generally so precisely rounded and scooped out as to give the idea of human intervention, only that the human beings were nowhere visible there as yet. Then I came down upon the Wannon, in continuous admiration of the rolling hills on either side, grass-covered to the very tops. One part of the Wannon Vale here is remarkable for the deep, almost blood-redness of its rich soil, a hue which seemed to come from the similarly colored stone and rock all about. Here I suddenly came upon a grand spectacle, the Falls of the Wannon, which Chevalier's highly artistic brush has immortalized, along with almost countless other Australian beauty. The river plunges over a far-projecting floor direct into a volcanic crater, which, although very much less in its dimensions, was as unmistakable in its character as that of Mount Eeles. The only thing I had to regret as absent from the scene, but a most important factor, was water, for, as far as I recollect, not one drop was visible over the edge. At flood seasons the spectacle must be grand indeed. As evening drew on, causing me to be on the alert for quarters, I espied a rather pretentious homestead, cosily placed in a natural shelter halfway up the hillside. This proved to be Mr. Edward Henty's. He was not at home, but Mrs. Henty happily was. Young, ladylike, beautiful, she received me with that high courtesy which sets one at once at ease by the flattering impression that in these squatting solitudes it is rather the visited than the visitors who are the obliged parties. 10 years later I, with my wife, called upon her in Melbourne to renew this early acquaintance. She was then, of course, 10 years older, but hardly less charming. 34 more years have since elapsed, and yet I must still hope to meet her once more in that country which has become so great, and which is, in so special a sense, her own. I reached the Glenelg, which, however, I found to be, at or near the Wannon Junction, hardly better than a big, irregular, ugly ditch. How curious, for not far off, above or below, I might have found great deep waterholes and picturesque water stretches as sketched by Mitchell. I took all for granted, and turned back homewards. I struck a little north towards Victoria Range, and passed one of my nights with a solitary shepherd in an out-hut, so far and away from all companionable life but that of his sheep that I could well realize, in this extreme case, the dolorous side of squatting. My breakfast was a tin of tea without milk, and a hunch of damper of my host's own baking, not altogether rejectable in the keen fresh air when one had nothing else. As sheep could not be killed for two, even if the business could afford it, On I went, merrily withal, for it was the heyday of youth and strength, making steadily eastwards for the southern extremity of the Grampians, which rose in grand outline before me, 40 miles away. Neither station nor human being came in my road afterwards till I reached and was rounding Mount Sturgeon, upon whose rocky summit the setting sun already glinted. I was now upon a good, broad bush track, which must lead to some station. But when? This small side track to the left looks as though a hut at least were nearer, and so I diverged into it. Mile after mile I trotted, as well as the rough track would permit, and when night fell, and for long after, I still pegged away. A dozen miles right up, within the outer Sierra, towards Mount William, brought me at last to an open glade, where some small piles of split stuff showed me at once my mistake. Dodging about till day, thus giving rest to my horse, I soon regained my road, and after an hour's further ride, reached Dr. Martin's sheep station, where a pleasant young fellow, Bias by name, who had lost an arm in wars of some kind, and was then in charge, ministered to my wants, and allowed me to take well nigh the largest breakfast on record in those parts. I must not continue in such detail with the rest of my Western tour's incidents, especially as the second was mostly over the same ground as the first. I duly reached my last Boyd station, in the pretty and varied Pyrenees district, a sheep station, then under charge of my friend James M. Hamilton. Here the hospitalities were equal, but all the rest sadly below the gums, and an infinity underneath Dunmore. But Hamilton promised us compensation in a visit to the more comfortable residence of a squatting neighbor, Mr. John Allen. The master was not at home, but the mistress received us with squatting welcome. She was a young South Australian wife, charming alike in person and manners, and surrounded by a little troop of children, some with the stamp of her own beauty. She died not long afterwards, prematurely cut down, alas! Like many another bright flower in the world's great garden. Next year, 1845, I reached Warrnambool, just then commencing its urban life with a few straggling small white houses, along the edge of its pretty semicircular bay. I had passed Mounts Neurat and Shadwell, occupied respectively by Mr. Neil Black and Captain Webster, both early colonists, and was once more in raptures with the spectacle of almost continuously rich soil. I also came upon several round, deep, and mysterious-looking lakes, one of which, with its waters far below me, I descended to examine with no slight sensation of awe. I was told of beautiful and grand coast scenes towards the east and Cape Otway, but the ways were of nature's uninviting hardness, and I apprehended a main difficulty of the Glenmutchkin Railway kind, from want of house or human being to help dependent humanity. I turned, however, the opposite way, to rising Belfast and Port Fairy, and wandered about through the Allison and Knight, and Rutledge and other acres, amongst cockatoos, as the small farmers were there called, observing a soil of unsurpassable richness, the potatoes and other products, the former particularly, being the finest in the world. The striking new feature of this journey seemed to me the picturesque and beautiful River Hopkins, beautiful in all but its name. Why give such starched, hard, doubt-and-go-on names, when there are Yumarella, Wannon, Didagala, Modwara, Yarra Yarra, and countless other such natural and genial modulations to be had of the natives for the asking? The year following, when my dear old friends, Mr. and Mrs. A.M. McCrae, had betaken themselves from hard lines of law to the pleasant variety of an Arthur Seat cattle station, pleasant to their town visitors at least, I oftener than once looked in upon them from Melbourne. They had the life and adornment of a large family of pretty curly-headed young boys and girls, some of them with the aristocratic fine black hair and cream-white skin of their accomplished mother. McCrae and I galloped the 30 miles interval, and while crossing and watering at the ever-running Kananook halfway, and admiring the varied, almost park-like vistas among the 3 gentle hill rises of the bay's eastern coast, we would marvel at the stupidity of Collins in 1803 in abandoning such a country. To be sure, he chanced to squat on the least inviting of its varied areas, and this benevolent excuse we confirmed by a ride across country one day to inspect the spot. All we could see was what seemed the remnant of a small fireplace. The cups and saucers country we passed over on the way might be interesting geologically, and even artistically, but on any dry, hot summer day the look around might not be enlivening to a new arrival. Nonetheless, Sorrento has since arisen there, a considerable, lively, and pretty watering place, as I hear, for which the colony's good friend, Mr. George Coppin, has provided, amongst other benefits to it, a regular steam communication. This steam route includes another like wonder of progress, Queenscliff, which, at the time I speak of, only possessed a lighthouse, but is now a breezy and lively crowded and fashionable retreat from the great dusty city of business and cares to the north. Some names of mark in the early years. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. 12th Night. Before endeavoring to give a sketch of our early society, and its ways and means, I am fain to pick out a few prominent persons as they flitted before me at the time and have stuck to my recollection since. Although they might not all have been in an equal degree interesting, good or great in themselves, they were yet men of mark, closely associated in various ways with our early colonial life, and like a busy dentist, much in the mouth of their public. By all right and reason, the first of these prominent personages is the brotherhood group of the Messrs. Henty. The Henty family, and the foundation of Victoria. Let the end try the man. Second part Henry IV. Great world! Victoria brings thee meat and corn and wine, with richly veined woods, and glittering gold from mine, fairy web of silk and thread, soft thick snowy fleece, wide room for smiling homes of industry and peace. Mrs. H. N. Baker. The founder of today's great colony of Victoria was Mr. Edward Henty, who landed at Portland Bay from Launceston, with livestock and stores, for the purpose of settlement, on the November 19, 1834. But in regard to that notable event I prefer to speak of the Henty family, because, in their colonizing efforts they seem to have acted so much with mutual family purpose and in mutual help, and because there was a preparatory work in which the family were all more or less engaged, all leading up to this settlement at Portland, a site which had been selected after more than 2 years of previous adventurous excursions and observations along the coasts of Western Victoria and of South Australia. The successful settlement of the noble Port Phillip Harbour the following year by Batman and Fawner caused such general attention and such a tide of colonization that remote Portland was comparatively overlooked. For many years, therefore, much less was heard of the Hentys than of those who had merely followed their steps. In fact, there can be but little doubt that these latter were first aroused to the colonizing of the vast areas, the all but terra incognita, across the straits by the vigorous example set by the Henty family almost from the moment of their arrival in Launceston in 1831, and by the reports which they brought back from time to time of the lands of promise they were opening to public notice in southeastern Australia. But now that rail and telegraph have virtually abolished distance, and familiarized the central colonists with the value and beauty of the earliest occupied western areas, the Australia Felix of Mitchell, the Messrs. Henty's position has passed more to the front, and their priority been universally acknowledged. I was not personally very intimate with any of the Henty family, otherwise I might have had more to say in this sketch. But I have met most of the brothers repeatedly, and frequently I met James, the Melbourne merchant, who was the eldest, and also William, the lawyer and ex-premier of Tasmania, a most amiable and gentlemanly man, who latterly resided at home, where he died, and who often attended the lectures and discussions at the Royal Colonial Institute of London. Both of these brothers were rather grave and quiet, while Edward and Stephen were energetic and lively even beyond most colonists. Francis, now the only survivor of the large family, I met only once, about 43 years ago, in the Western District. He was then a handsome and rather slim young man, not of the Henty mold, which was rather of the full John Bull kind, as Punch gives him, minus the obesity. But if I may credit the Melbourne Illustrateds, in a recent likeness of the last of the Victorian founders, he must have consented, in later life, to drop more into the family mold. They were a family of 8 sons and 1 daughter. 7 of the sons emigrated with their father. They were all men of mark, above average in mind and physique, men of a presence, who would have been prominent in any society, altogether, in numbers, in appearance, in circumstances, and in events, quite a remarkable family. As I am not writing for history, so as to study completeness in my account, but only of personal observations and recollections, I shall not do more than give a very slight sketch of the emigratory particulars of this family, and my excuse is that these data are so far personal as having been told me direct by one or other of the family. The story is striking, and our descendants may look back with surpassing interest to the Romulus and Remus of a future Rome which, in the possibilities of modern progress, may exceed that of the past. The father, Mr. Thomas Henty, of Sussex, England, took the resolution to emigrate, with his family, to the Swan River, as the present Western Australia was then called. In 1829 he sent his eldest and 2 younger sons there, with suitable servants and supplies, intending to follow with the rest. These pioneers declared against the Swan, and advised their father to go to Launceston instead, to which place they themselves also went. Arrived all there in 1831, a new disappointment awaited the family. No grant of land could be had, as in the case of the Swan, where they had 84,000 acres. This grant system had been abolished only a fortnight before their arrival. They had now to rent their farms, and the prospects, therefore, were discouraging. They were unable even to effect an exchange for their Swan River grant. This disappointment led to a search, begun in 1832, under the lead of Edward, the second son, who twice traversed the seas between Portland and Spencer Gulf, examining the aspect and promise of the country. The result was always in favor of Portland, where he landed on one occasion, confirming all impressions by actual inspection ashore. He, therefore, resolved on a settlement here. In his second expedition he took his father with him, as the latter had expressed the wish to see for himself the Swan River grant before finally abandoning it. The party, having reached the Swan, found that what they had got was sand, not land, and so it was finally given up. Edward, who was the prime adventurer of the party, now got ready to settle at Portland Bay. He chartered a small schooner, the Thistle, loading her with stores and livestock, and with selections of seed, fruit trees, vegetables, etc., part of them bought from Fawner, who had then a market garden on Windmill Hill, near Launceston, besides keeping the Cornwall Hotel there, and with these he sailed in October, 1834. In 2 days they were within 25 miles of their destination, when a storm drove them back to King's Island. 6 times successively they were thus driven back, losing a good many of their livestock, and it was only after 34 days that they effected their landing. The work of colonization began at once. The Thistle returned to Launceston for fresh supplies and additional colonists, and returned this second time with Francis Henty, the youngest of the family, who landed at Portland on December 13th, within 24 days of his brother. Edward was then 24 years of age, and his brother only 18. This is the brief but momentous story of the founding of Victoria. Mr. Francis Henty has given a most amusing account of the meeting between his party and that of Major, afterwards Sir Thomas, Mitchell, who, in exploring Australia Felix, in 1836, came, in great surprise, upon the Henty settlement at Portland. The story reads now like the highest romance of adventurous exploration. The Mitchell intruders, 5 in number, were at once regarded as bushrangers, and a defense promptly organized. The firearms were limited to an old musket, which was loaded to the very muzzle, to be ready for a grand discharge. Then as to the Mitchell party, even after they were relieved of their first fears, for they too had taken the others to be no better than they should be, they exercised a measure of reserve, as though doubtful of their new friends' respectability. Mutual suspicions, however, being at last dismissed, the travelers were supplied with the stores they much wanted, and in return, they gave such a favorable account of the pastures of the Wannon Valley as to induce Mr. Edward Henty subsequently to remove a part of the flocks there, and to establish the homestead where, as I have already stated, I enjoyed in my Western Victorian travels the squatting hospitalities. Let me add just one more incident of the Henty family, one personal to myself, but in quite a different direction from the above. Once, on a special occasion, I met the banker, Charles, who had stuck to his profession at Launceston, instead of adventuring across the straits with his brothers. Besides his quiet banking vocation, he was, I think, the portliest of the family, which may be the explanation. The occasion was a public dinner to the Anti-Transportation League delegation, sent from Melbourne, in 1852, to stir up the cause at the Van Diemen's Land fountain-head of the common evil, and of which delegation my lately deceased old friend Lauchlan Mackinnon and myself were regarded as the heads. Mackinnon, like many another such vigorous Highlander, as he then was, could never take a subject of deep interest to himself quietly. We had had a sample of him already at Hobart, where the feeling as to our mission was by no means clear, both from the natural touchiness of convict connection or descent, and from that still considerable section of colonial employers and traders who thought that the ledger and its profit and loss account had at least an equal right to be heard in the question as any other so-called higher interest. The ground, slippery enough at Hobart, was supposed to be still more treacherous at Launceston. Had not Edward Wilson, of the thoroughly Mackinnonized Melbourne Argus, been but a little before nearly mobbed by the furious anti-antis of this place, to his utter surprise and astonishment at his own importance, and been only saved, in life or limb perhaps, by old Jock Sinclair, who was timely on the spot, and who dexterously led him, by a roundabout, to safety within the departing steamer for Melbourne? In short, a row was more than half expected from the Mackinnon speech, and as this was undesirable, for good reasons to all sides of Launceston society, Mr. Henty resolved to prevent it, and did so most successfully by a very adroit but not unworthy trick. He took occasion to speak just before the Mackinnon avalanche was to come on. Introducing Mackinnon and commending his straightforward honesty in this matter, and so on, he said that some such people could not take even a good cause in moderation, but that these defects, if he might so call them, were more easily seen than remedied, and that all kindly consideration must be made in the case. I fear I am not literal as to the identical words, although I heard them, but I have given the purport. Poor Mackinnon, as he afterwards laughingly pleaded, what could he do under the cold douche of such a wet blanket? He made the smallest and quietest speech of his life upon a great and stirring subject. Some interjecta in re Batman, pioneer of the Port Phillip settlement. Mr. Edward Henty, from Launceston, first entered the future Victoria in 1834 by her remote portal, Portland Bay, and thus became the founder of the colony. In the following year, John Batman, of Hobart, sailing from the same stirring little Launceston, entered by the central and grander portal of the Port Phillip Heads, and was thus the pioneer of Port Phillip settlement, for we must really turn blundering Collins, with his abortive doings in 1803-4, out of the running. I never saw Batman, as he died the year before my arrival, so that, according to my rule, I have nothing to say of him. But I must mention an incident occurring shortly before my date, and characteristic of the times, namely, the raffling for Batman's old and well smoke-begrimed pipe. This was at the famous Lamb Inn, a little wooden edifice on the north side of West Collins Street, opposite the Market Square, and fronting a small cliff which the street leveling there had left for future disposal. There were 30 tickets at £1 each, and the fortunate winner was to compensate the disappointed by standing champagne all round. I was once in the Lamb, and ere its glories had quite expired, as might be inferred from a charge of 4 shillings for a bottle of cider, for which I had called in support of the house, and to while away time in waiting for a friend. I had to share it with 2 others who happened to be in the room, the waiter having promptly filled the 3 tumblers he had brought, without even Robert's professional stereotype of, "By your leave," the tumblers, too, being as promptly emptied without any ceremonious bother about acknowledgment. The Lamb Inn lived a brief space longer, but utterly bereft of its old position in the revels and extravagance of every kind of the young settlement, and was finally leveled out of existence in company with the cliff at its back. But I have to do also with nearer and dearer connections of Batman than his tobacco pipe. I have to record the marriage, during 1844, of 2 of his daughters, the elder, already a widow, Mrs. McKinney, to my pleasant friend Fennel, as I have previously mentioned, and happily, resulting in a family of descendants to the Port Phillip founder, and the younger to one of the 2 squatter brothers Collier. The latter event, which came off at the hospitable and comfortable homestead of old John Aitken of that ilk, I mean of Mount Aitken, was a grand gala time to a very wide circle. Guests by the score together, trooped up from town and country, headed, in the former direction, by Andrew Russell, then second mayor of Melbourne, in succession to my friend Condell, and in the latter by his cheery and ever-smiling uncle, Peter Inglis, of Ingliston, a great station homestead in the comparisons of those early times, and once, as Peter liked to tell, taken for a town, perhaps in the gloaming hours, by a bush traveller when he inquired of one of the domestics, to her great amusement, the name of the street he had confusingly got into. Mrs. Aitken, as literally as by courtesy the good wife of the house, and then in the full charm of her beauty and strong youth, now Mrs. K., and sadly changed in both respects, went busily about, her young family at her skirts, administering plenty and preserving order, while, towards genial eve, her good man occupied a quiet corner, indisputable king for the nonce of the toddy race. The night accommodations were a difficulty, although not a few, like the host himself, were in no great want. I and a score or two of others turned into a wool loft, where a number of little mattresses, mostly of a pro-re-nata kind, were provided, into one of which I was soon ensconced and fast asleep. But well on, as I guessed, in the small hours we were all awoke by a loud and burly noise in the loft, proceeding, as we soon recognized, from two Anakims of the party, Isaac Buchanan and John Porter, who seemed on the eve of a struggle for a mace or Nolan belt. Porter had retired peacefully with me, but Buchanan had been vying in the toddy corner with his host, and when inevitably knocked under, for the other had not yet been limited by his doctor to that woman's wash, as he called it, sparkling Moselle, he had contrived to find the common loft. It is said, of unpracticed topers at any rate, that, after an extra indulgence, they either see nothing or see double. Whichever it was with Buchanan, he insisted on berthing for the night in Porter's occupied nest, while the latter, after standing the all-round chaff for a little, got savage and threatened war. Buchanan's sight getting by and by clearer, the remainder of the night was, happily, peace. But it was not for long, as almost with the dawn our host, alive as if nothing out of the usual had happened, woke us up with the invitation to finish the champagne by way of refresher after all the toils and toddy we had gone through. Dr. Thompson of Geelong, this earliest amongst the early of Port Phillip, whose active form flitted about its shores ere the memorable year 1835 had expired, might have come in for a full separate sketch had I been thrown more with him, so as to have sufficient personal data. But although I met him at times, he lived at Geelong, 50 miles away from Melbourne. I have put him under this subheading, in the Batman Interjecta, because, as his daughter, Mrs. Henry Creswick, told me, it was Batman's representations to him of the land of promise to the north that induced him to follow the early tide with his flocks and his family, the latter consisting of his wife and one only child, the daughter above alluded to. She still survives, in her pleasant residence, situated in the fitly named Creswick Street, Hawthorne. The doctor was one of the most active of the colonists, both politically and generally. He was chiefly concerned in establishing the Geelong Corporation, of which he was several times mayor, and he was most actively interested in the early representation of the district in the Sydney Assembly. He sat there as one of the district members prior to the separation session of 1851, and it was at his instance that the House made an exhaustive inquiry into the condition of the Aboriginal natives. In the separation session elections his party was outvoted by the squatting or anti-democratic element, but none the less the former in Geelong deputed the doctor to accompany the elected members, in order to keep a watch upon their doings. The case had its comic aspect, but as the doctor and I were on the same side of the politics of the day, he was most useful to me in our common effort to secure a due share of representation for the mass of the people, as intended by the imperial government. The aim of the reigning regime was to continue their power by means of an electoral distribution which was to secure a majority of Crown nominees and Crown tenants in the two future sections of the old colony. The doctor, as I said, went over with the earliest from the Hobart side of the island, quitting his land grant, which was the last under that system, and was got for him by his friend Governor Arthur, a privilege for which, as I have said, the Henty family arrived just too late. Amongst the livestock he took over was Miss Thompson's pony, which was the first of the equines landed at Port Phillip. Its owner was then a very young girl. She and her mother landed towards the end of 1835, and were the first ladies of the settlement. The family pitched a tent almost under a magnificent gum tree, whose stump, covered with ivy, still exists close to the cathedral at Prince's Bridge. But shortly after, several of the young men of the settlement, in order to provide them better accommodation, collected some boards and built them a hut lower down the river bank. With the two places the Thompsons were able to dispense hospitalities, their guests including Messrs. Gellibrand and Hesse, Mr. James Smith, and Mr. MacKillop. It used to be said that the settlement was in the habit of going to tea with Mrs. Thompson. This brings us into 1836. The next year came the officials in charge from Sydney, who included Mr. R.S. Webb as collector of customs, whose daughter, Annie, was the first white child born in the settlement, with, however, some dispute as to a blacksmith's child having been the first, and who was afterwards married to my late friend, Colin McKinnon, younger brother of the better-known Lauchlane. Dr. Thompson used to read prayers to the little settlement in a rude structure upon the ground now occupied by St. James's Church. Afterwards he removed to Cardinia, Geelong, as his livestock had been landed there, and this place he finally made his home. From these lively and mixed events of our early society, let me now turn to another subject, which is neither less lively nor less mixed than its predecessors, the subject, namely, of John Pascoe Fawner, father of Melbourne. The force of his own merit makes his way. Henry VIII. Well, I am not fair, and therefore I pray the gods to make me honest. As you like it. He's honest, on mine honor. Henry VIII. He hath a heart as sound as a bell, and his tongue is the clapper, for what his heart thinks, his tongue speaks. Much ado about nothing. For now he lives in fame, though not in life. Richard III. If circumstances won't make a poet, as genius contemptuously asserts, nor make up for blood in a horse, as even the stable boy swears to, they are at times marvelously effective in making, and for the matter of that, also in unmaking men. So might we say with regard to the well-known subject of this sketch, who, arriving amongst us with the earliest, and within the repellent surrounding of an evil repute, yet under different surroundings and favoring circumstances outlived all traducements, whether true or otherwise, and after a long, practical, and singularly useful career, died in the full regard of his adopted country. The unanimity of dislike and moral depreciation with which he was regarded by his Tasmanian fellows was not indeed without a certain share of reason or excuse. That he was the son of a convict ought not, of course, to prejudice him in these Christian days, when the sins of the fathers are not to be visited upon the sons even to the first generation. His father arrived with Collins's prisoner party, and the boy, John Pascoe, then 11 years old, was sent with his parent, for not seldom were wives or children thus sent with the convicts, to ameliorate by such a touch of nature the hard features of a society of adult vice, much as Hogarth, in some of his masterpieces of the human woes or vices of his time, gives, in striking contrast, a foreground of maternal affection, or of children at play in the artless innocence of their looks and ways. But he was probably neither a pretty nor an interesting boy, for as a man he was of the very plainest, with a short figure, always negligently put on, a rough, mannerless way, and a voice husky and hoarse, although redeemed at times into an approach to commanding an audience, when he was strongly stirred in some exciting cause. Some people have no patience to subdue natural antipathies in such cases, and these people would, as well-known Scripture, with some transposition of the idea, tells us, be apt to be most plentiful in his own country. But again, Fawner was himself a convict. Yes, but for what? Certainly if a man so notorious in after life had committed any very disparaging crime it must have been as notorious as his name. But I never heard anything distinctive beyond that he had, for something or other, passed under the caudine forks of the Van Diemen's Land criminal courts. Inevitably his early upbringing was in low associations, where, probably, ties of friendly feeling survived, as to which he might have said with the Bard of Avon, I am not of that feather to shake off my friend when he must need me. Timon of Athens. My impression was that he had been convicted of harboring, or aiding to escape, some who had broken the law, whatever more that may have meant, for, with his pluck, he was probably little troubled about niceties of fine feeling, and thus accoutred, Providence dropped the man amongst altogether different circumstances and associations in his new location. I had much to do with Fawner, especially after he and I met in our young colony's first legislature, and after I sufficiently knew him, so as to allow for the rough exterior of his nature, I never had but one opinion of the man. That opinion was, that throughout every condition of the considerable space of his later life, whether in health or sickness, strength or weakness, prosperity or adversity, for, at first at least, he, like many others, was not prosperous in Golden Fleeced and Golden Victoria, he toiled, late and early, for what, in his honest judgment, was for the good of his colony. And with a singleness of purpose which was not excelled, was not, I think, equalled, to my knowledge at least, by any other in that colony. He seemed to make an ascent under the exhilarating circumstances of his new and increasingly responsible position, and to have the consciousness of a great mission, which nerved him to surmount all that was dubious in his earlier career. Nor was he behind in less pretentious ways. I never once heard of any mean or overreaching act of his, even in the smallest matters. He once told me, in his prosperous days, with much becoming feeling, and as an incident he could never forget, that when quite broken in fortune, he had received, as unasked as unexpected, a most timely pecuniary help from Mr. Henry Moore, the well-known solicitor. The two were, I think, at hearty variance across the political hedge, the more honor to both. We have seen that he showed pluck in his earlier life, even in bad associations, and he displayed the same under better auspices later on. His action with a certain gravely suspected commissioner of Crown lands was a good illustration. This high functionary, who in those pre-constitutional times was practically an irresponsible Caesar over a vast estate of dependent Crown tenants, whose interests might in any case be seriously jeopardized by any unfairness, and who, therefore, like the wife of his prototype, should be even above suspicion, was accused by rumors, of no slight noise or breadth, of unfaithfulness to his charge, and in the grossest and most mercenary of forms. Even with the clearest case it was anything but assuring to attack such a man in those days of authority. But Fawner's bite was too deep for any laissez-faire cure, and so, nolens volens, the commissioner had to defend or retrieve his character. The verdict of a farthing damages, at which amount the jury estimated that character in the case, was complete justification to Fawner, and laid the whole province under lasting obligation to him for a most important public service. Another of his more prominent services was upon the First Gold Commission, 1854-5, summoned hastily together by the Governor, Sir Charles Hotham, under the surprise, not unmixed with consternation, caused by the Ballarat riot, an incident which, in some of its aspects, such as the stockade structure, deserved rather the graver name of rebellion. Already in his 63rd year, in broken health, and certainly the weakest physically of the membership, he was the most active of all, ever running full tilt into every abuse or fault or complaint that might help to explain this unwanted, and indeed, utterly purposeless and stupid incident of a British community. In my capacity as chairman, I appreciated Fawner's untiring, or more properly, unyielding spirit, and under traveling fatigues, too, of no mean trial even to younger men. For the Colossus of Rhodes, as my energetic friend, Dr. now Sir Francis, Murphy, was humorously called, on accepting, recently before, the charge of the ruddy and miry ways of Golden Victoria, had as yet made but feeble progress in his most urgent mission. We learned enough to explain, at least, if not to excuse the miners, and were thus guided to a reconstruction of Goldfields' administration. This was chiefly in that national element, hitherto utterly absent there, of local representative institutions, and the change has since assured the future from even John Bull's proverbial growling. General MacArthur, with a few troops, promptly, but not without considerable bloodshed, ended the sad farce. In view of the very exceptional features of an incident extremely unlikely to occur again, Fawner and most others of the Commission were most decided for a general condonance, and this was agreed to in the report by all except the official commissioner, Mr. Wright, who, excusably enough, sided with his official superiors for a treason trial. But the jury, as might have been anticipated, acquitted the prisoners. One of their leaders, Mr. Peter Lawler, who lost one of his arms in the cause, has since been for many years Speaker of the Victorian Assembly, and as loyal to his Queen as he is genial to his many friends. When we wound up the Commission's inquiry at Castlemaine, and on the morning of a hot midsummer day embarked upon one of the springless Cobb and Co.'s of the time, with the prospect of 10 or 12 hours of terrible jolting before us. Poor old Fawner seemed so much enfeebled that I was in some doubt as to his being landed alive at Melbourne. But game to the last, he rode uncomplainingly through all, and he lived even a goodly number of years after, but only to do more and more work. Old General Anderson, of early colonial memory, had a habit, quite his own, of saying to the face of anyone whose conduct gave him satisfaction, and in his blunt soldierly way, "Sir, I have a great respect for you." Such an accrediting and not unacceptable declaration he addressed, times more, I think, than once, to Fawner. Indeed, all classes of the colony, from the highest, in which the gallant colonel moved, to the humblest, now alike recognized the veteran who had so long and so well fought for them all. When at last the spirit quitted the worn-out frame, and its well-known form, possibly, even to the last, keeping up still, amongst some few, the lingering dislike of the long past, was to be no more seen amongst us, there seemed but one impulse for the occasion, which fittingly expressed itself in a funeral procession entirely unprecedented in its every aspect. This was not less to the colony's honor than to that of Fawner. He died on September 4, 1869. Not the least impressive feature of the funeral, perhaps the most, was the remarkable prayer offered up at the grave by the Reverend Dr. Cairns. Victoria's most eloquent preacher, in giving the true setting to the life and character of the man, thanked God, in the name of the colony, for such a life, the influence and example of which could not but be for good to all who were to follow. He has fought bravely for the RIP of the tomb. He rests from his labors, and his works do follow him. James Simpson, first magistrate of the settlement. He hath an excellent good name. Much ado about nothing. When the settlement began, and when, like the prejudge's time in Israel, every man did as he pleased, the inevitable inconvenience of that ultra-radical paradise led the small community to seek out a male Deborah, and with one accord, they made choice of James Simpson, their early fellow emigrant in the tide from Launceston. Had there been even a much larger society, the choice would probably have been as surely the same, for it would have been difficult indeed to find anyone who, in the grace and command of natural presence, exceeded this inaugurator of authority in Victoria. His figure, rather tall, shapely, well-developed, surmounted by a noble head, bald with age, just touching the venerable, and with a genial expression of face, which, however, never descended to levity, although times without number to a smile or slight laugh, he sat erect upon the bench, facile princeps, as though institutions were to bend to him, and not he to them. When we entered the little hut-like structure in the middle of the Western Market area, so long Melbourne's only police office, James Simpson seemed to us as much a part of its fittings as the rude little bench itself, and it was a disappointment not to find him there, as the indispensable complement to the scene, even although better conduct in the community was to be inferred. How so striking, so influence-wielding a man did not get or take a still more leading position than he had was due, perhaps, to some indolence of nature, to a rare and enviable contentment, or to a mixture of both. He took what fell in his way, magistracies, bank directorships, or what else, and lived unambitiously on his moderate but sufficient means, always in the front social position, and, of course, in universal respect. And how, again, so quiet a spirit adventured across amongst the tagrags of the earlier Launceston tide, unless indeed under some benevolent inspiration and prescience about the magisterial needs, is a mystery which, although I often conversed with him, I never happened to hear him explain. David Charteris MacArthur, father of Victorian banking. A man of good repute, carriage, bearing, and estimation. Love's labor lost. Almost as early a colonist as Simpson, his intimate friend, his colleague in the Melbourne branch of the Bank of Australasia, of which he was himself general manager, with Simpson as director, MacArthur fitly follows the other in this list of early colonial prominence. To the day of his death he held the first position, active or honorary, in Victorian banking. But he was even better known, or at least better regarded, as, par excellence, mine host, of the early community. During a long life, of which the later and much the larger half was spent in Victoria, there was none who entered more readily, constantly, or acceptably into the varied life of the community. His leisure, such as he had, his means, his fellowship, were at their command. He was geniality personified. But he was a banker, and a banker has duties, and in the ups and downs of colonial business life, he was but too often reminded to that effect. It was quite a sight if you happened to witness the scene with a bank customer to whom, as to the state of his account, it was necessary to administer what Mac's countrymen call a hearing. Often he had to pity victims of circumstances and the sudden changes of colonial commerce. But the gods above can only to discriminate impartially in such cases, and duty to the bank must be done. First, the humorous twinkle in the eye sensibly abated, but it still lingered there, unless there must be still stronger stages of the ordeal, to bring the business culprit to reason. But when the last gleam went out, a storm was certainly imminent. The storm, however, swept past on the instant with the provocation. When that eye finally closed, a veritable sunbeam of the colony went out with it. Mrs. MacArthur, who still survives, went hand in hand with her husband. That they were an attached couple has the complimentary illustration of his making her his full heir. As they had no family to divide cares and means, we must blame the less the surpassing hospitalities that distinguished them. MacArthur had really no other fault, unless indeed we must fall back on the general limitation which Adam Smith had to admit even in the excellence of his departed friend Hume, for, after all, a man can be good or perfect only so far as the nature of human frailty will permit. Charles Joseph La Trobe, C.B., Superintendent of Port Phillip, and First Lieutenant Governor of Victoria. However God or fortune casts my lot, there lives or dies a loyal, just, and upright gentleman. Richard II. The more I saw of the subject of this sketch, over nearly all the 15 years of his unusually prolonged and varied officiate, the more I explained his case by the excusing consideration that he was where he was without his own consent. He was naturally a quiet, amiable, unambitious man, full of official activity and ability, in a prescribed line, or under the instructions of superiors. Thus commended at Sydney, he accepted, as matter of course, or of duty, his appointment by the governor, in 1839, to the superintendency of the Port Phillip community, a small body as yet, although making an ominously loud noise upon the far southern skirts of the vast colonial expanse of which Sydney was then the official and business centre. The charge did not then seem to threaten to be an anxiously large one. And in any case his inauguratory office might hardly remove him from the accustomed instruction of superiors. What he did not bargain for was that the child he went to nurse was to rush almost from the cradle into manhood, and the little settlement he began his reign with to be, ere he had done with it, the most notable, if not indeed actually the most important, colony of the empire. He was a Moravian Christian, of a well-known name in that excellent body, and possessed of all its virtues. He was, besides, a well-educated gentleman. The pure and happy home which he transferred to the new scene was of priceless value to its society, and all the more so at a time when such virtuous homes, in such high quarters, were by no means overcommon thereabout. But with a natural shyness, and in a socio-political sense, timidity of character, which in ordinary circumstances are feelings leaning to the better side, he exemplified how a good man may not always be a good ruler of men. The diffidence is often mistaken by the ruled, and always disappointing, and in public affairs it is apt, as Mr. La Trobe but too well illustrated, to take the inconvenient and injurious form of personal indecision. He had not a particle of pride or selfishness, hardly even of the commoner infirmity of vanity. He would, whenever possible, take a roundabout to escape observation, but if even the humblest colonists persisted to address him, unrepelled by the evident tendency to move on, he would be as frank and unceremonious as our queen in a Highland cottage. We regret that so righteously stored a man should make a bad governor, but so it was, none the less. There was comparatively little damage during the day of smaller things, prior to the gold. Still, even then, the characteristics told, in the reluctance to resolve upon action in any departure from the red tape of the beaten track, in a young settlement of men nearly all in the exuberant prime of life, and almost daily called upon, amongst Australian peculiarities, to confront their novel circumstances. For instance, upon rumors, oft repeated, that there was good workable coal at Western Port, a party is formed, with capital in readiness, to give the case a thorough testing, and they, as of course, applied to the government to give them all those aids and concessions, or, at least, a sufficiency of them, which could most easily have been given in that quarter, for Mr. La Trobe was practically the government. He referred the matter to Mr. Crown Solicitor Croke, to ascertain what might be the legal impediments. Impediments, obstacles, difficulties. But who had asked for them? The application had been for facilities. Of course, Mr. C.S. Croke, as instructed, and with all the facility of any lawyer worth his salt, duly found the required impediments, and so the disturbing enemy was defeated, and the government left at rest. But when the Goldfields' grand drama of progress opened, when thousands promptly flowed into Victoria from neighboring colonies, and a little later on, 10,000s from home, this shariness of action, this resolute irresolution, or, in Olivier's description of his master Napoleon, before he, in an unlucky moment, swayed over to his side, this obstinate indecision, proved sadly damaging to the colony, although indeed, under all the circumstances, it was hardly possible for any obstacle whatever to arrest materially its marvelous growth. Of course, the interest of a colony, thus enviably favored, was to settle as best it could this throng of enterprising humanity over its vast and all but empty areas, and that could only have been done by prompt and adequate access to the land. But some current differences as to the bearing or rights of squatting leases gave the governor, the superintendent being now in that higher position, the too ready excuse for his infirmity of indecision. Even the squatting difficulty, which could have been easily removed by a reserve of compensation for whatever of it might have been real, was only one part, perhaps not even the chief part, of the wretched case. Acres by the million, on either side, along the busy highways, and around the many goldfield outbreaks, small and great, from which the livestock, where there had been any, were now all driven away, might have been brought to market at once without real injury to any interest. The squatters, naturally enough, sided with the governor, giving him an encouraging semblance of public principle, for did not the 1/3 of united Crown officials and Crown nominateds, plus the Crown tenants, in our first so-called representative legislature, show, on this question, a small majority for the Crown? At last, when the public scandal of so grievous a spectacle made longer inaction impossible, when the disappointed and shiftless immigrants began to beat a retreat from the inhospitable colony, the balance streaming by thousands into Canvastown, or wandering helpless elsewhere, and mostly ruined by the cost of living, for a cabbage had risen to 5 shillings at the Goldfields, and to 2 shillings and 6 in Melbourne, the governor, by an adroit move, in the despair of the position, referred the case home. Their common sense decided it at once, or at least as quickly as might have been expected from the leisurely ways of the colonial office of those far back times. But the decision came, in very great measure, much too late. There had been in the meantime a blazing fire of land speculation, which, unlike other fires, had blazed all the more intensely from the want of fuel. The small supply of land, and the fury of multitudinous demands, had driven up prices to such absurd, and the utilities considered, such impossible heights, that the inevitable reaction had already begun, involving numbers of families in most sudden and unexpected loss, and not a few in ruin. But Victoria easily recovered from and forgot this preliminary and bad physicking, and was soon to be seen galloping on its road of progress as if nothing to its damage could ever have happened. Full of work for the day, full of hope for the morrow, the busy colonists saluted cordially the departing governor. For my part, one do not grudge it to him, for his motives and conduct were of the purest, and he was ever withal a right good Christian gentleman. Sir John O'Shanassy, Premier, and foremost public man of Victoria. Altogether directed by an Irishman, a very valiant gentleman, I' faith. Henry V. One of O'Shanassy's oft-repeated jokes, told with the humorous twinkle of his eye, was that all men are born free and equal, and must remain so. He was wide as the poles asunder from the radical leveller, as this joke of his might help to show. Indeed, he was decidedly conservative, in a general socio-political sense of the word. While in strong sympathy with the mass of his countrymen, he might have limped at times alongside even of Parnell, to say nothing of Devitt and O'Donovan Rossa. He had more than O'Connell's dread to pass irretrievably outside the law, although he might not have scrupled to drive the proverbial carriage and six through law's usual dubieties of expression, particularly in certain sections of the Victorian Education Acts. As one of the earliest Irish colonists from the old country, he soon rose to the leading position amongst his fellow colonist Irishmen. His qualities, alike in physique and mind, easily gave him that position. His tall, massive form, with the imperturbable good-humored smile that, even when annoyed by an opponent, he could hardly dismiss from his face, except, perchance, by a blend of the sarcastic, his deliberate manner in speaking, and his sonorous voice, gave him this surpassing influence. But in colonial public life, where he had to encounter greater competition and sharper criticism than in his own smaller Irish world, he lay under some disadvantages. Like his friend and occasional opponent, Fawner, he had an ungainly gait and rather mannerless address. He had, too, a rich Clonmel brogue, and certainly he had not enjoyed an education at all commensurate with his great natural endowments. But, all defects notwithstanding, he steadily rose in political estimation, and for the simple reason that his views of public affairs were characteristic of the statesman more perhaps than those of any others associated with him. He first entered public life in 1851, as one of the 3 representatives for Melbourne in Victoria's first Parliament. But doubtful perhaps, with his anti-radical temperament as to the fickleness of large town populations, as well, possibly, as the dread of his liability to get compromised by the overzeal of supporters, he changed the venue to the small semi-Irish town of Kilmore, where his seat was always secure, until, in his advancing years, he condescended to the less laborious sphere of the upper house. I saw much of O'Shanassy at the outset of Victorian legislation, when he and I, in 1851-3, sat together as colleagues for Melbourne in the single chamber of that inaugurative time, and afterwards when we were associated in the Goldfields Commission, 1854-5. Often I noticed the unerring bent of his mind towards the statesman's broad view of subjects of political controversy. As a sincere Catholic, he was sometimes trammelled as he ran with liberal Protestant majorities. In the education question, for instance, as already hinted, seeing that Victoria stands amongst the most advanced in the rigid secularity of its teaching, to the extent, at least, of what of instruction is provided, and gratuitously provided, by public money. But in general he was anxious to be reasonably accordant with public opinion, so much so, indeed, in that profane direction, as Gibbon might have phrased it, as not to be quite reckonable with the extreme of the Jesuit or ultramontane section of his church. I recollect and record with pleasure one of the Goldfields Commission incidents illustrative of O'Shanassy's high public qualities. We had completed at Castlemaine, near the original Mount Alexander, our considerable tour of Goldfields inspection, and as we sat round the table of the only public room of the small hotel or public house of the place, the evidence completed, and all the proposed changes decided on, there remained yet one question. Our proposed chief pecuniary change abolished the indiscriminate, and to the many unsuccessful, most oppressive charge of 30 shillings monthly license fee, and substituted a yearly fee or fine of only 20 shillings. And what was this, or the documentary receipt that represented it, to be called? Reduced as the amount was, it was still a tax, and any ingenuity that could dignify or otherwise reconcile a tax was worthy of the best statecraft. As chairman, and not having at the moment a suggestion of my own, I had to knock at the heads of my co-members. I turned to one, then another, and yet another, but without response. Even the original brain of Fawner sent forth no sign. At length I came to O'Shanassy, who happened to be at the far end of the table. He had been waiting his turn, and the answer came promptly. Call it the miner's right. It was but one out of many instances of his statesmanlike turn. The miner's right, of course, it was called. The name passed on to many other goldfields. I noticed it in British Columbia shortly after, with its new gold discoveries, for the Commission's report had attracted much attention, owing to the forefront position which gold in Victoria had already assumed in the world. William Kerr, founder of the Argus, and town clerk of Melbourne. I am in the place where I am demanded of conscience to speak the truth, and therefore the truth I speak, impugn it whoso list. The Argus motto. Another of O'Shaughnessy's oft-repeated jokes was a good story about Kerr, and always told with that stereotyped good temper which I fear the latter, with his strong Orange antipathies, would, upon opportunity, have but grudgingly reciprocated. 2. Bertha Scots, happening to meet one day in Melbourne, one of them, presumably not long arrived, speered of the other, "Did ye ken ane Willum Kerr here a boot?" "Willum Kerr," replied the other, in reproachful astonishment. "No ken Willum Kerr, the greatest man in a' the toon." That a hard-headed, liberal-minded common-sense Scot, as Kerr was in most things, should have had the Orange infirmity, may be excused, or at least explained, by the fact of his being of Stranraer, a Scotch town almost within hail of Ulster. That small, and not overmuch known place, has not been the least among the cities of Scotia in contributing heads and hands to the colony's progress, including, besides Kerr and others, James Hunter Ross, a leading Melbourne solicitor, and my good old friend Hugh Lewis Taylor, who, ere well out of his teens, was made manager at Geelong, and is now manager in London, of the prosperous Bank of Victoria. Kerr had a high order of abilities in certain literary directions, which might have given him a much better position than he ever secured but for his indolence and negligent want of method. He had also a bad physical constitution, which had probably much to do with the other defects. Perhaps it was his literary turn that led him first, in his new home, to try a stationery business, which, under the style of Kerr and Holmes, afterwards Kerr and Thompson, in Collins Street West, was, I think, the precursor of that particular trade in little early Melbourne. But that had to be given up, and after some looking about, with not overloaded means, he established the Melbourne Argus. The preceding press efforts had, at my arrival, established 3 papers, which, by tolerant mutual arrangement in a bi-weekly issue respectively, gave the small public the almost indispensable food of a daily paper. Almost at the beginning, Fauner's practical hand supplied The Patriot, handwritten for the first 8 or 10 numbers, until type came from Launceston. This was soon followed by The Gazette, of George Arden, and that again by The Herald, of George Kavanagh. All 3 had, I think, the common prefix of Port Phillip. The Gazette, after a brief career, under its very able but rather erratic owner, went to the wall. The Patriot, under Borsico, who had succeeded the overworked Fauner, was, somewhat later, bought up by the Argus, under Wilson and Johnston, in succession to Kerr. The Herald, when quitted after an excellent and timely sale by its founder early in the gold times, was soon after shipwrecked in the storm of vicissitude that characterized some of the first years of gold digging. With the editorial pen Kerr was in his element, and his naturally combative tendencies found their fitting expression in the motto he adopted, and which still heads the paper. "I am in the place where I am demanded of conscience to speak the truth, and therefore the truth I speak, impugn it whoso list." But even the little Argus required management, and Kerr was no manager. He was induced to sell it, and for no great sum, pounds going a long way in those times, to Mr. Edward Wilson, who thus laid the foundation of his subsequent great position and fortunes. Kerr was fortunate after this in securing the town clerkship of Melbourne, in succession to Mr. John Charles King, the first clerk. The corporation was still hardly beyond infancy, and Kerr's natural legal acuteness was of great service at his new post, where reigned he practically master, and was an authority far outside his official sphere, and even in legislative difficulties of the young Parliament, for we are now entering into Victorian life, and the importance that was fast being developed with the gold. But after a time the old besetting infirmity turned up here also, and in a rather serious form, as connected with irregularities in corporation moneys and accounts, which might have been compromising to any other than Kerr, with his well-known indifference to such vulgar good things. He had a remarkable resemblance, in more than one point of character and circumstances, to his brother Scotchman, and fast friend till death, the Reverend Dr. Lang, of Sydney, and had he possessed the physical vigor, not to say the stately proportions, of that most combatant of members of the Church Militant, he might have been his Victorian rival in a far more prosperous and protracted career. In each there was a very combative mind behind the mildest of manner. Besides the pulpit, Lang sought successfully also the legislature, where, somehow, clergymen are not favorites. He was, in fact, in the first instance, one of our members for Port Phillip, and it was chiefly to his efforts and abilities that separation from New South Wales was eventually conceded from home. In the elective contests we saw some of the peculiar talent with which Lang fought his many political foes, when, with an inimitable blandness of address, and the softest of mellifluous language, he would build up a many-sided argument, patiently and leisurely, and at last, as with the bitterly biting end of a stockman's long whip, flay the Wentworths of opposition, who, with more noise than effect, were ever snapping at his heels. But, alas for the cause of human perfection! The doctor, being on a mission home, and by no means for the first time, for the promotion of the emigration of Scotch Presbyterians to Australia, his great and not unworthy hobby, and being short of funds after raising in one direction all he could upon his bill of lading, horrible dictu, pledged elsewhere for the balance of his account a spare copy of the set, left with him in trust and confidence. Now was the day of vengeance for his foes, and they duly essayed to take it. But the imperturbable doctor was not troubled with too thin a skin, especially in a matter which was totally devoid of personal pecuniary advantage. The overdraft was, as he expected, readily made up by the public. Nor did he sustain any great moral damage, even with his foes, as his indifference about money was too well known, first his own money, and after that other people's. Kerr was in a like plight, but a great deal more helplessly. If he escaped as to character with the many who knew him, yet of necessity he lost his good post. He was succeeded by Mr. Fitzgibbon, who, more fitly, I doubt not, than Kerr, has held this important office ever since, a period of no less than 32 years. This serious loss of means and position completed a breakdown that had probably begun before, so that Kerr was no longer able for first-class work. We may envy this opportunity to his old opponent, O'Shanassy, who, in power at the time, generously found him a small appointment, a station upon one of the railways, which gave him, at least, a comfortable, and in a social way, by no means ungenial home for the short remainder of his life. It was mainly at my good friend Kerr's urgent instance that I entered public life, which was in 1850, for the representation of Melbourne at Sydney. Doubtless he had his own aims quite as much as my interests in view, as he wanted the supposed good card, a Melbourne merchant, Scotch and Presbyterian like himself into the bargain, to play against the anti-Orange and Irish cum O'Shanassy party. I fear that his expected henchman was too cosmopolitan at times. But Kerr rendered me a more direct service at the subsequent election for Melbourne in Victoria's first Parliament, by bringing me in at the head of the poll, which happened in this way. At the first count the poll stood thus: O'Shanassy, Westgarth, Johnston, Nicholson, the latter being out, much to his own and his friends' astonishment, as there were only 3 seats. Kerr, who was resolved O'Shanassy should not be declared first if he could help it, called for a scrutiny prior to declaration. He had knowledge of a goodly scale of false voting on the Irish side, where, in fact, there was a legion of busy Kerrs to my one, many of them having voted double, or, as was Sheridan's proposed yearly parliaments, oftener if need be, one had voted 9 times in succession at different polling places. I fear Kerr was wrong, and that scrutiny should have been applied for after declaration. But Kerr was the most dogged of mortals when he had a mind and an object, was then in the zenith of his influence, and best of all for his side, he was king of the position as town clerk. So he secured his purpose, and O'Shanassy and I changed positions. I have a better service than this, and of much more general interest, with which to conclude my present sketch. A year later, the second year of the gold, during which it was estimated that 15 millions of gold had been washed out of the drifts, chiefly of Ballarat and Bendigo, the colony was already flooded, and no wonder, by the convict element from Tasmania. To intensify this evil beyond all bearing, that colony's government, in view of relief from accumulating prisoners, had lately enacted a conditional pardon system, the condition being that the criminal was at liberty for all the world except to return home, and forthwith, Her Majesty's pass in hand, he crossed to golden Victoria. A cry of despair arose there, for almost immediately the towns, goldfields, highways, and everywhere else where havoc was to be made, were the almost daily scenes of the most atrocious outrage. One forenoon word reached town that 5 ruffians, taking position on the St. Kilda road, had stuck up and robbed some 20 of the merchants and traders on their way to Melbourne, including my friend John G. Foxton. The Anti-Transportation League, then some years in existence, held a great meeting, at which a large committee was appointed, and was enjoined to find an effective mode of dealing with this novel form of evil. I think that it was at my suggestion that each of the committee was to write out his thoughts and bring the paper with him, so as to have a basis for arriving at a prompt conclusion. Kerr was made convener, and he was not long in convening us. Only Kerr and myself responded. We may take a mitigated view of the others, for everyone was busy over something in those days, many embarrassingly so for want of servants, who had bolted to the diggings, while most of the committee had had legislation and incessant deputations and public meetings to look after besides. As to myself, I had vainly tried to find 15 consecutive minutes for the subject. When Mr. Kerr asked me for my paper, I excused myself by pleading that it was so meager that I would rather first hear his. Thereupon, in his deliberate way, he drew forth a sheet of foolscap, and read to me the Convicts Prevention Act. Such it was, for, with a few comparatively unimportant mitigations, secured by the ability and influence of Attorney General Stawell, the impatient Assembly, highly appreciating and determined to have the measure, promptly passed it by a large majority. This was Kerr's culminating public service, and I am the more pleased to have this opportunity to say so, as my name was rather unduly attached to the bill, from its having been committed to my charge. His prompt remedy, I doubt not, saved many a colonist, not only as to life, limb, and property, but from outrage in some cases worse than death. His scathing measure introduced, indeed, a new principle, for we unceremoniously clapped people into prison who held up to our courts the Queen's pardon. Her Majesty's representatives at home did not at all like it. The Home Government, indeed, refused to confirm the temporarily enacted measure, but by that happy safety valve understanding, which has perhaps saved some explosions, it was renewed and re-renewed as long as required. The letter of imperial law was doubtless violated, but Her Majesty's government first violated the spirit, by authorizing men unfit for England to go to Victoria. William Nicholson, Mayor of Melbourne, and Premier of the colony. An honest man, sir, is able to speak for himself, when a knave is not. As you like it. In one of our colonial municipalities, which of them I have forgotten, as I heard my story so long ago, a working furniture maker, who had secured an order from the mayor for his official chair, was observed to be at particular pains over its construction, and on being asked the reason, replied that he intended some day to occupy it himself. If the subject of this sketch had been of that particular trade, this would have been a very likely story to fix upon him. Not that he was of inordinate ambition, for, on the contrary, he looked quiet and contented beyond most around him. But he was always ready and willing to respond to the many opportunities of a new colony, and from his great natural gifts usually able to do them justice. Nature had given him all she could to make him a good and useful colonist, but there was one thing he had not had from her, because not within her power, and that was the school. He was probably not altogether uneducated, but he could not have had many chances in that direction, otherwise the facility with which he educated himself in life's practical work after he had reached manhood would have told for him as a schoolboy as well. In business, in public speaking and debating, and in public life in general, he took successfully a first part, but when he had to condescend to such schooling products as writing and spelling, he made confessedly only a bad second. But again, a defect of this kind is much less of an obstacle in new colonies than in old societies, because for generations in the former the hand is relatively more important to progress than the head, and the man of work than the man of thought. In colonies men of great natural parts, if ambitious, can usually take good positions even if but little educated. At home this is hardly possible, and the consequent social distemper is there a danger to the state, a danger, however, which our Education Acts since 1870 must be steadily removing. I happened, on one occasion, to meet Nicholson's home employer in Liverpool. He had been foreman, if indeed so high as that, in the warehouse. When he told his employer that he had made up his mind to go to Port Phillip with his family, there was regret to part with so quiet and trustworthy a servant, but, as he said to me, not the least idea that the unpretending individual before him would, within a few years, take a position considerably in advance of his own. He set up a grocery shop in Melbourne, and was soon on the road to success. Then he stood for the municipality, which was hardly yet out of infancy, was duly elected councillor, and in a very few years became mayor of Melbourne. Then, gliding easily onwards and upwards, he entered the young colonial legislature of 1851, as member for the metropolitan county, North Burke. He had previously, as I have told, tried unsuccessfully for the capital itself, getting some compensation, however, in the next first. But with all this rising importance he was ever the plain, unassuming William Nicholson, and when mayor or MLC both he and his wife would be found in their shop as usual, so far, at least, as the other crowding duties would permit. When he formed his first and very brief ministry, under constitutional government, prior to my definitely leaving the colony in 1857, he did me the honor to invite me to a place in his cabinet, if our young colonies may use that grand imperial term, as his commissioner of customs. With regret I was compelled to decline, for, from experience a few years before, I had found that if a man has business of his own which he must attend to, he cannot possibly at the same time attend to that of everybody else. Premiers came in thick and fast succession in those days, for there was no small doing and undoing, and no little of general upturning when an exclusively representative assembly took the place of the Crown system, in its preceding complete or subsequently still partial condition. The land question was ever the chief difficulty, for, whereas in previous times the people had been directed to conform themselves to land laws, now the new fancy all was that the land laws should conform to the needs of the people. Ministries rose and fell mainly on this question. When the second time Premier, I think in 1860, Nicholson left his name to a Land Act, as did O'Shanassy, Gavin Duffy, and others, and there is a ringing of the changes even yet upon that fertile subject. William Nicholson has passed to his rest, and Burns might have fitly awarded him his high palm. An honest man's the noblest work of God. Charles Hodson Ebden, Esquire. But I thought there was more in him than I could think. Coriolanus. Methinks there is much reason in his sayings. Julius Caesar. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. The subject of this sketch might put in a claim for at least something towards redeeming Jack's dullness, for he had a few odd ways, and a fertile turn for epigrammatics, some of them not bad. He boasted of having Beau Brummell's antipathy to certain vegetables. During the early but brief allotment mania he said that he feared he was to become disgustingly rich, one of his apes which became a byword, and scored him a decided success. When some colonist, hearing him called by the name of Ebden, asked him if he was related to the great Mr. Ebden, his humorously delivered response, to the effect that he was himself that happy individual, scored him another, perhaps smaller, success. I have often seen him score yet another, which, perhaps, in his own view, was not at all the least of that sort of thing, when, after writing in a rather neat and most distinct hand, the pen seemed suddenly under paralysis, and a sadly dilapidated signature was the result. He always signed his name in that fanciful way. Ebden's name was so well known in the earlier years, indeed his gait and ways, his sayings and doings were so marked throughout, that to omit him from my list would leave a decided blank. But if the man had consisted of these little oddnesses just alluded to, whether first class or second, little would have survived of him, as businesslike John Bull fails to appreciate people who have no more solid backing than that. Underneath all this very gauzy surface, Ebden, as all who had his intimacy were aware, was withal a man of ability and good common sense, and what was practically more, he was reputed to rank high in the roll of success in the early allotment rig. Indeed, in the rapid fortune-making of that time, he contemplated a palatial residence for himself upon an ample frontage to Collins Street, next above the Bank of Australasia. 2 back offices had been built towards the full idea, but the allotment game had already turned ere he got further, and there the incomplete work stood. The offices, were readily sold or let, and from intended sculleries or what not, rose to be the places of business of two early firms of solicitors, Meek and Clark on the one side, and Montgomery and McRae on the other. The spacious frontage remained long unbuilt upon, but it has since been taken as part of a temple, not, however, of the gods, but of very different people, the lawyers. He and I were on opposite sides of the political hedge, at least in the times when we were together in public life, both in Sydney and Melbourne, during the pre-constitutional era. He belonged, almost beyond any others, the exceptions being perhaps limited to William Furlong and my friend A.R. Cruikshank, to the anti-popular and pro-squatting party, although, subsequently, when there was the fact accomplished, and no help for it, he accepted, fully and cheerfully, as his election addresses put it, the reigning Democratic platform. But he was not unkindly withal, and he helped my comparative legislative inexperience at Sydney, when we were both there to represent Melbourne and Port Phillip. He had done me a great favor also in making himself most serviceable with the German immigration which I had started from Hamburg in 1849. He was quite a German scholar, having finished his education at Karlsruhe, a name which he transferred to his pastoral station in the Port Phillip district. Ebden, like most others in it, did not bring much out from the allotment mob. When returned afterwards to represent the district along with me in Sydney, I heard that a draft of cattle from the station was needed for expenses. These were still the reactionary times of such small things for all of us. But in after years he went on and prospered, and he left behind him what might have been called a large fortune in any place where there were not a W.J.T. Clark and a Henry Miller, and perhaps some few others besides, in the rival category. Edward Wilson, chief proprietor of the Argus, the Times of the South. The good I stand on is my truth and honesty. I fear nothing what can be said against me. Henry VIII. I was long and intimately acquainted with Wilson. He was a man of high qualities and noble longings, and scorned meanness of all kinds, and he had, like his predecessor Kerr, some good and pungent literary pretensions, although he could not be placed on a level with Kerr while the latter enjoyed adequate health. But on the other hand, he greatly marred his influence by what might be called impetuous intemperateness in his early press career. Indeed, the Argus, in its later stages, must needs emerge, as in fact it did, from its chief owner's editing, if it was to take the position of the Times of the South. He had a great antipathy to indecision in public men, and he entered upon a furious crusade against the superintendent and his surroundings, as the prime causes in the delay in the unlocking of the lands. Mr. La Trobe was dubbed the Hat and Feathers, as though these trappings were the most of him, and this vulgarity, excusable only under small Eatanswill conditions, passed into the great developments of the Golden Age. Some of us, who were doing our best in the same general direction, often had to wish, with reference to Wilson, to be saved from our friends, while Mr. La Trobe, if affected at all, was only encouraged or scared into still more decided indecision. Wilson was not much of a man of practical business. He was not successful in his early life at home, where business is a harder ordeal, and with fewer of the flukes that cross the path in young colonies. Arriving in Melbourne shortly after myself, and in company with a friend, one of the brothers Kilburn, he squatted upon a small cattle run to the southeast, towards Dandenong. But as this did little beyond merely keeping soul and body together, as things were all now subsiding from the riot of the earlier years, it was given up. For gathering next with Mr. J.S. Johnston, they between them bought the Argus from Kerr for a very small sum, I think under £300, and the paper then started upon its successful career under the increased vigor and improved method of its management. Although, as I have said, not a business man himself, Wilson was fortunate in business partners. First Mr. Johnston, as above said, succeeded by my old friend James Gill, who, retiring, was replaced by Lauchlin Mackinnon, whose energy and application piloted the paper financially into its later grand position. He had latterly, besides, a surpassing business agent in my old friend James Ray, whose firm of Jackson, Ray and Company had retired comparatively early, after attaining the mercantile headship of the colony, thus leaving the colonial field open to other early friends, Fred G. Dalgety and Fred A. Ducros, who have since, as Dalgety, Ducros and Company, and Dalgety and Company Limited, taken the first position in Australasian commerce. For some years Wilson took full charge of the editorial and general literary work, which, after the gold discoveries, was labor second to none. In the sudden expansion of all colonial interests, there was constant fear for years together of falling short of adequate supply. Now it was type, again it would be paper, and worst of all, it would at times be the inadequacy of staff. The Australian press had at times to be content with such dress of paper as could on emergency be had, and for some time, as I recollect, one of the Sydney issues came out on tea paper from China. Wilson, as I have repeatedly seen him, would occupy his corner in the comparatively large room into which the narrow old premises in Collins Street East had been latterly expanded. There most of the work was done, he receiving, during nearly the whole night, news and messages, correcting proofs, and passing instructions in his quiet offhand, and when needful, peremptory or commanding way, and amidst the ceaseless noise, writing or correcting leaders when possible. With the gold tide came at first such heavy expenses, much of them quite unforeseen and unprepared for, that the press interest was run, of necessity, into heavy debt, where there was no adequate capital. It was either this or to give up the game in those changing times, and those who had not the money or the credit went to the wall, to make room for others less embarrassed. The Argus thus got heavily into debt to its agents and bankers, but after 1854, which had been a most trying year of inevitable reaction, there was gradual recovery, and eventually a due reward in commissions and interest to its supporters. The prosperity of the Argus about this time was unprecedented in the Antipodes, and for a considerable interval the paper stood unrivaled, not only in Victoria but in Australasia, having at last surpassed, both in circulation and in the profits of business contents, even the long-established and highly respectable Sydney Morning Herald. It was allowed, and not unfairly, to be the Times of the Southern Hemisphere, for Wilson had retired in favor of more temperate editorship, and in supporting, and being supported by, the mercantile interests, and in the adoption generally of the free trade policy of the parent state, the paper followed its northern prototype. But the clearing of the ground had left room for other and better accoutred rivals, and The Age arose to enter the lists with the Argus. The latter had taken up free trade and the classes. The former took up protection and the masses. So far, at least as these terms might, as to either application, distinguish democratic Victoria's condition. Protection had been quite in abeyance under the old regime, beyond at least an occasional sigh from agricultural Geelong for higher prices for the farmer, the mainstay of every country. Even during the interregnum of semi-constitutionalism, 1851–55, the tendency had been effectually checked, chiefly by the energy of the Collector of Customs, Mr. Castle, then one of the official legislative members, who, supported by the Melbourne Chamber of Commerce, was bent upon a tariff of the home kind, of half a dozen leading articles, with perfect freedom of exchange over the world for all products of the colony's labor. But Mr. Castle, to universal regret, on general as on commercial grounds, died in November, 1853, leaving the colony a less obstructed road to those restrictions which it has since seen fit to impose upon its own industry. The Age, with remarkable ability and as remarkable success, has always advocated protection. But at first, as my recollection goes, it was in that qualified way which is not necessarily against trading freedom, reasonably considered. I perfectly recall the late Mr. Syme's main argument, or excuse, to the effect that the Western United States, for instance, should, on social considerations, restrict universal wheat growing, even at economic loss. But if one may judge from some recent free trade and protection controversy as between Victoria and New South Wales, c. Age, for April-May, 1887, all qualification seems now dropped, and even direct economic advantage expected from protection. Nonetheless, the Age gained upon the Argus, and has, I understand, long surpassed it in that most prominent of all tests, the circulation. Perhaps in profits also. When I inquired lately of one of the Argus chiefs upon those delicate points, the reply was that the Argus was not up to the Age's circulation. But further, deponent saith not. This does not mean, however, the loss of position as the Southern Times, for the leading journal is by no means at the head of the London press in point of circulation. Where it may be, however, when it comes down from the aristocratic threepence to the common penny of its brethren remains to be seen, and I am told that all has long been in readiness for the change when the fitting times arrives. And so, as the Argus is still twopence to the Age's penny, inverted relations as to circulation may some day not be impossible there also. The circulation of the Daily Age, by my last account, is close upon 70,000, which is not a poor show for Kilmarnock, in that sense of the joke. In 1858, Wilson quitted the colony for good, as the phrase is, followed by Mackinnon, and later on by their third and only other partner, Mr. Allen Spowers. The Argus was now an established principle of Victoria, and prosperity was assured. After a few more years of economizing, until the business debt was finally cleared off, the partners could enjoy to the full their great and well-merited fortunes. Wilson and Mackinnon took up palatial country residences, the one at first at Addington, 10 miles from London, and later at the pleasant and classic Hayes Place, the favourite abode of the great Chatham, the other at Alfredley in Devonshire, while Spowers lived chiefly in London, where, as the common favourite of both, he, with his genial temper, kept the peace between his seniors, who, with an infirmity too common to human nature, were prone to disagree, for want, let us suppose, of anything else to think about. Mackinnon, with his energetic mind, had been the most concerned in building up the later stages of the Argus fortunes. Both Wilson and I had a high opinion of his qualities, as the following incident may show. He and I, as I have said in my sketch of the Henty family, were anti-transportation delegates to Tasmania in 1852, and proceeding by steamer to Launceston, we had for fellow passengers a considerable body of returned diggers, most of them with their bags of gold, and a good proportion of them with expressions of face one would rather not meet if beyond call of the police. In short, a good sprinkling of returned convicts were of the number, with their piles, acquired possibly quite as much by robbing as by digging. After a few hours at sea, a rumor reached the cabin that there had been a robbery, one of these ruffians having seized a bag of gold from one of the other digger passengers. The thief had at once disappeared below and secured himself within a surrounding of his own chums, so that it was feared he might escape with his booty, as no one seemed game to descend the four-companion ladder and encounter this sinister crowd below. Mackinnon at once took the cause in hand. Telling the robbed man to follow him, so as to help identification, he, without an instant's hesitation, descended the ladder. A few of us followed, to support our gallant leader. "I want the thief," he said. "He must restore the gold. You honest diggers are not to lose your earnings in this way." So saying, he pressed forward into the crowd, followed by his guide, and when at last the latter pointed out the culprit, he seized his arm and dragged him back to the ladder's foot, where he peremptorily ordered him to restore the stolen gold. All this was done in less time than I have taken to tell it. The thief, overwhelmed by the suddenness of the action, and still more, perhaps, by the want of expected support from his pals, promptly brought out the gold, and thus ended a little drama highly illustrative of those stirring times. On my return I mentioned this circumstance to Wilson, and we both agreed that Mackinnon was just the man we were all looking for at that critical period for the headship of the colony's police. Wilson was in full power as owner and editor of the Rising, Argus, while I was senior member for Melbourne, and between us we reckoned upon influencing the government to make at once this appointment, and in that view we went straight to Captain Lonsdale, our chief secretary. We were just too late, for the appointment, as we learnt, had already been decided in favour of Mr. afterwards Sir William Mitchell. I do not doubt that this incident had something to do with Wilson's subsequent invitation to Mackinnon to join him in the Argus interest. And here he worked so effectively as to make Wilson just a trifle sensitive as to people thinking that the new hand did even more for the common cause than the old one. But, as the saying has it, comparisons are odious. They are, besides, quite unnecessary, for both have proved themselves most worthy men, fighting their life's course valiantly and well, and that, too, with a rare success. There can, I hope, be no betrayal of confidence in repeating what rumor gave as to Argus fortunes. The net profits about this time, that is to say, towards 1878, when Wilson died, were put at between £22,000 and £24,000, but this, I believe, must have since very considerably increased. Wilson had the larger moiety, Spowers, who was the later importation, having a comparatively small interest. Wilson was now the country gentleman, able to live in almost princely style. With his amiable and highly cultured sister, who lived latterly with him, he kept a hospitable house, inviting the old colonists of his acquaintance, as they came and went to and from the old country. He was not without faults of temper and impatience, increased probably by a feeling of physical weakness which denied him activities of mind and body to the extent his ambition for life's utility would have preferred. His tall, well-developed form and commanding presence, backed by his ample means, placed him easily in a leading position. Now he would be pacing Hayes Place grounds with the frank and genial Archbishop Tate, who, on a visit to the parish, had dropped in with the vicar, Mr. Reed. Again he would be a well-known and welcome figure at dinners, at homes, picnics, and what not, with the Darwins, Lubbocks, Farrs, and the rest of the neighborhood, scientific and otherwise, but the former by preference. His chief trouble was a weak action of the heart, which for the last year or two kept him constantly in view of death. He calmly regarded the prospect of the great change, put his affairs in order as he wished, and awaited the call of God. He passed away with but slight suffering in the beginning of 1878, before completing his 64th year. His remains were, by his own request, returned to the colony which, as he always insisted, he had served so long and so faithfully. His large means were left chiefly to various charitable and other useful institutions in the colony. Besides larger legacies to his relations, 26 of his oldest colonial friends enjoyed for life a bequest of £100 each per annum, and as these were the friends of the early and small times of Port Phillip, few of whom had prospered at all like himself, the help is not unneeded in most cases. That all of these legatees were of the other sex is explained by the fact that, having been always a bachelor, he had an intense, although only a general admiration for the sex. Very many others will, over an indefinite future, have reason to bless the name of Edward Wilson. Early society, ways, means, and manners. When rather from our acts we them derive than our foregoers. All's well that ends well. The salient defect, for more or less interval at first, in all commencing colonial societies, is the disproportion of the female element, and thus, in the sparseness of homes and families, we have that hardness of social feature, which illustrates how much better is the one sex with the helpmeet provided in the other. Early Port Phillip was no exception to this rule. Ladies and children were comparatively rare objects. From Tasmania and elsewhere there were a good many choice spirits, in more than one meaning of the words. There was a marvelous consumption of brandy, among such unusual proportions of strong, venturous, rowdy adults, of tea and sugar, and butcher's meat also, giving altogether a statistical category worse than useless for accurate purposes. Manners were rough, to use a mild term. The town was bad, and the bush was worse. When a pious missionary of those early times, prior to adventuring into the interior, inquired of a squatter if the Sabbath were observed in the bush. "Oh, yes," was the prompt reply. "A clean shirt and a shave." In such times a large family of ladies might have trodden the soil somewhat as goddesses come down to the desolate habitations of men. For such families of the earliest times, in particular, rise to my recollection. They were those of Mr. Grills and Mr. Clow, both clergymen, the one of the Anglican, the other of the Presbyterian Communion, of Mrs. Williamson, a widow lady from near Edinburgh, and of Mr. James Smith, magistrate and savings bank manager, whose bustling form, ever hurrying through our streets, was perhaps the best known of the place, and who, along with his friend and co-magistrate, Mr. Simpson, was as the coping stone of local respectability. That all of these fair young maidens, most of them remarkably attractive and pleasing, as I have reason to remember, were duly married, need hardly, under all the circumstances, be told, besides being attested today by whole generations of consequences. Another feature of those early times, a lively and bright feature in many respects, was the considerable number of young men, the younger sons of good families, and, for that matter, the elder sometimes along with the younger, who flocked out, in unusual proportion, I might say, and who infused into the somewhat rough social scene the charm of high culture and manners. While they doubtless were in instances not a few, but even that may not be without its side of charm, at least amongst the younger votaries. Some few eventually returned home, mostly those who had been shipwrecked in the troubled sea of early time speculation. But most of them have remained to take their various and full part in colonial society, not a few taking the very highest positions. Thus we had the Stowells and Barrys, the Leslie Fosters, Slatons, Rusdens, of town and neighborhood, and the Campbells, McKnights, Irvines of surrounding squatterdom. Most of these are long since the fathers of families, native Australians, including sons who not unfrequently finished their education in the mother country, a dutiful deference which Australia may surely not yet quarrel with. This habit is still strong, even to the third generation in Victoria, amongst her well-to-do colonists. The youths may not expect better training than from a Hearn or a McCoy, an Irving or a Pearson, on the colonial floor, but such diversion from rule will, in its occasional way, the better help to keep the great scattering family united to their venerable mother, to keep together the elder and the younger Britain. Oxford and Cambridge in particular have, indeed, been quite run upon from Victoria, and those two venerable mothers of English university life can already command in and of that colony quite a small legion of their alumni, the Clarks and Loudon, Campbells, the Finleys and Collock, Robertsons, the Websters and Westbys and Wilsons, who are now the young or the still vigorous life of their colony. If some few of these have remained permanently at home, or if they pleasantly alternate their domicile by such facile means as the marvels of modern intercommunication afford them, yet all of them help, in more or less degree, to strengthen that tie between the mother and her adventurous colonial offspring which we must hope is never to be broken. I have the less need to expand further this inspiring section of my subject, seeing that I have been anticipated to some extent by a brother author, who, under the pseudonym of Ralph Boldwood, has presented to us, in lively and fitting style, a most charming picture of early colonial life, its pleasant hospitalities, plus the added salt of no small proportion of the bounteous tables. The disguise of name is not difficult to penetrate. The author's father, residing in his pretty place at Heidelberg, whose genial sun-browned face I pleasantly recall, was well known to me, as well, indeed, as to every other early colonist. His son's book has been my pleasant companion as I write up daily my Recollections, in the little cabin of the good SS. Coptic, more especially as we both traversed much the same ground, and during the same interesting early time, in Western Victoria. Government House. Old fashions please me best. I am not so nice to change true rules for odd inventions. Taming of the Shrew. But perfection is never to be expected in human nature, and accordingly some decided drawbacks were, reasonably I think, chargeable to this good society, which, as I have just said, had beneficially helped the dawning colony. There was a tendency to separate from, and rather hold in undue depreciation, the trading and toiling masses who mainly made the country. This tendency was fostered in the pre-representative days, when there were no political institutions to bring the mass of plain but prosperous society to the front. Of course, when these times came, the game was soon up. But while the preceding era lasted, a somewhat invidious aristocracy gathered around the authorities, the mutual instincts, born of the situation, inclining them to each other. This united party got the name of Government House. It included most of the highly educated, to whom it was a tempting status, and most of the squatting crown tenants, whether highly educated or otherwise, and it was cordially open to presentable colonists in general, who, holding its views, of course a sine qua non, were willing to enter it. The views were decidedly pronounced, and took practically the form of a decided preference for the status quo, or, at least, modified by the slightest possible of political concession to those noisy, restless masses, who, with the local press generally on their side, ceaselessly kicked at all authority. The political timidity and indecision of Mr. La Trobe, worthy man as he otherwise was, gave practically life and soul to this anti-popular party, which labored, more secretly perhaps than openly, to avert or modify, for the time being at least, the political concession expected from the imperial parliament. Mr. La Trobe's view evidently was, that if the colonials kick so strongly when under bonds, how much more furiously must they kick when the bonds were removed. But, as reasonable persons might have predicted, and as was promptly experienced, the colonists kicked because they were bound, and when unbound they did not kick at all. The same political feature, and even in more resolute form, had then developed also at Sydney, where Mr. Wentworth led the Upper Ten for the protection of authority against levelling radicalism. He and his party, out-Heroding Herod, and being more governmental than the government, seriously contemplated a limitation of the franchise to a £50 rental, and the institution of a colonial peerage, as a permanent slap in the face to the ugly democracy. Had he carried his views, or even some considerable approach to them, his influence with the party, and his bulldog courage, would soon have put his colony into an uproar, and possibly even into civil war. But thanks for once to his political extremes, the question was happily settled rather by being laughed out of court than by time-wasting argument. Government House, however, did secure, in both colonies, a certain measure of triumph. Authority in Esse having the whip hand of authority in Posse, the 1/3 of nominees as against 2/3 elective were, by a disproportionately large representation purposely given to the squatting districts, converted into a permanent majority of Crown nominees and Crown tenants. This was clearly an evasion of the intention of the Imperial Parliament, which was that, by giving a decided majority to the popular side, the colonies might be graduated into complete constitutionalism. But, after all, this evasion lasted only for a very few years. These early wranglings are now all but forgotten. But they are so only because the narrow views which gave them birth have been entirely defeated, and are all but exploded. In the progress of the colonies since, the merits have occupied the front, and the useful has taken the precedence of the ornamental. The latter is not to be despised when in company with the former, nor has it been, for not a few who were once on the anti-popular side have entered public life, and even secured the highest prizes. This necessitated a descent from cloudland to the solid ground of colonial society. The alternative was extinction, and wisely, in most cases, the latter was not preferred. Another feature of this Sydney Ultra Party, a curious feature, indeed, to look back upon today, was its undisguised antipathy to the anti-transportation feeling then gathering force throughout southeastern Australia, and even in Tasmania. The movement was highly unfashionable, say even deeply vulgar, in the leading circles surrounding Government House. For those who had the infirmity of such puritanical leanings there was an approach to the antipathy, plus contempt, of the southern slaver of the States for his northern abolitionist countrymen. When my friend Mr. afterwards Sir S.A. Donaldson introduced me, for my temporary stay, at the Australian Club, then the high quarters of the party, he passed me a friendly hint to steer clear, at least when on the floor of that house, of that delicate subject. This feeling was further and rather amusingly illustrated on one occasion during the separation session, at which I was the member for Melbourne, and present at the time. Mr. Henry Moore, the well-known solicitor, and one of the 5 district members, in replying to the charge urged against us of the unfilial indifference or ingratitude of Port Phillip in thus seeking separation, instanced for the contrary the recent event of the arrival from Melbourne of a deputation from the Anti-Transportation League, in order to help Sydney in promoting its good cause. The instant his drift was detected, the Speaker, Dr. Sir Charles Nicholson, apprehensive, doubtless, of some undesirable scene on that too sensational subject, rose to call peremptorily the honourable member to order, and to the non-transgression of his proper subject. But all this injuriously exclusive faction had entirely disappeared from that open and genial society of Sydney which welcomed Mr. Froude 3 years ago, and which he describes so pleasantly. Cheap living. All cheering plenty, with his flowing horn, led yellow autumn, wreathed with nodding corn. Burns. After the first few years of disturbing land speculation, and a too general extravagance of living, we settled down into a frugal folk, of moderate but steady prosperity, which lasted up to the general unsettlement of everything by the gold. The general moderation, and the cheap and plenty time that characterized it, culminated in 1844, when bread was 4 pence the 4-pound loaf, rich fresh butter 3 pence a pound, and beef and mutton 1 penny. A good managing lady, with whom I lodged in that year, told me one day at dinner that a savory dish we were enjoying was a bullock's head, got for nothing from her butcher, and with which she hoped to keep the house for yet 2 more days. Shortly before this, when my friend Fennel and I housed together at the west end of the town, we sent one day to the neighboring slaughtering place, where the custom was to sell by retail to the public the legs of mutton at 5 pence each, as they had comparatively so little of tallow for boiling down. We duly got one, cooked it, and found it very good. No doubt it was in very great measure because money was scarce and dear that nearly everything was thus cheap. I recollect the sale by auction at that time of a vacant half-acre allotment in Central Collins Street, next to that on which Mr. George James, wine merchant, had very early erected his surpassing brick office and dwelling. After some slight competition, the allotment, put up, I think, at the upset price of £300, was bought by Mr. Edmund Westby for £344. The amount is impressed upon me, because I wondered at the time that anyone should thus throw away so much good money. But my friend Westby reckoned the future more accurately than I did, for within 9 years after, this price was hardly the 500th part of the value. To cap the whole tale, the lot was, I think, in the hands of government from having been abandoned by the original buyer, who had forfeited his deposit rather than complete his supposed bad bargain. According to my recollection, the first of our sober community to set up a carriage and pair was Mr. Henry Moore, above alluded to. Even His Honor the Superintendent had no such luxury at that time. I remember looking upon that vehicle with a sense of awe, possibly not without envy at what was to most of us the entirely unattainable. I speak of the real Hyde Park Corner article, and not the old Chandradin, with which some remote squatter might at times have galloped into town, poising himself with practiced and needed adroitness on nature's bush track, behind a pair or more of the hundreds of nags on his run. I must except also those said anomalous early years, for I recollect sallying forth in 1841 from my little lodging in Lonsdale Street, opposite the old jail, then being erected, to see Mr. John Hunter Patterson, a spirited colonist of the earliest times, drive his splendid four-in-hand through the trackless bush into town from the direction of the Moonay Ponds. Religious interests. Our small society, in its upward struggle, received a distinctly great impetus for good by the accession in 1848 of the first Lord Bishop of the colony, Dr. Charles Perry. He exhibited a rare energy in the cause of his divine master, and he frankly and genially sought and recognized that master's church far beyond the pale of the bishop's own section of it, so far at least as the rules of that section would permit. But the good bishop, liberal as he was in one direction, yet failed to reach the full width of colonial sentiment in that respect, when he refused to reciprocate the courtesy visit of his Roman Catholic brother. He is credited with having given his reason, namely, that, in his view, the Roman Church belonged to the synagogue of Satan. Surely a very venturesome assertion of so vast a part of Christianity, and of the power and civilization of the world. We might say at times of bishops, as is so often said of judges, that when they have to make any unusual or unexpected decision they had best not give the reasons. I witnessed a very different sense of duty, and one to which I must confess a preference when we were at Lugano, an inland town of Tenerife, situated a few miles from Santa Cruz, where our good Coptic halted for 6 hours to replenish her coal, thus permitting her passengers a shore excursion. A polite elderly gentleman, apparently the sole occupant of the Lugano Hotel, whose decidedly clerical aspect, together with that simple white neckband which Catholics claim as solely their own, made us at once set him down as Roman, invited us to look through the inevitable cathedral, the only sight of the place. But we found our mistake when he took occasion to allude to our dear Roman Catholic brethren. We then adjudged him to be a broad-minded Anglican, which was correct, for, as he afterwards told us, he was an ex-Navy chaplain. The German immigration. Go then forth, and fortune play upon thy prosperous helm. Second Part Henry IV. When I made my first home trip, in 1847, I resolved to open, if I possibly could, German emigration to Port Phillip. Quite a number had already been settled, some from the earliest years, in South Australia, where their industry, frugality, sobriety, and general good conduct had made them excellent colonists. This favorable testimony was confirmed to me by correspondence on the subject with my late much-lamented friend, Alexander L. Elder, one of South Australia's earliest, most esteemed, and most successful colonists. My first step on arrival was to write to the Commissioners of Emigration, an officiate since dispensed with, pointing out this South Australian success, and suggesting that a certain charge upon the Colonial Land Fund, authorized in special cases of emigrants, an aid of £18 a head, I think, might be made applicable to German vinedressers emigrating to Port Phillip. In due course, I received a most cordial reply from the Secretary, Mr. afterwards Sir Stephen Walcott, to the effect that Lord Grey, then Colonial Secretary, highly approved of the project, and that the aid asked for would be forthcoming for properly qualified German vinedressers. Armed with this letter, I went to Hamburg with introductions to Messrs. John Caesar Godefroy and Son, at that time the chief shipowners of the city. They were evidently well disposed, and had been, I think, concerned in the previous outflow to Adelaide, as they referred me to Mr. Edward Delis, of Bremen, who had been an agent in the work. My visit to Delis resulted in my proceeding at once to Silesia, where I got as far as Liegnitz, whose gilded or tin-covered minarets reminded me that I was approaching the fanciful or gorgeous East. Here I met a number of the peasantry, all eager to hear about Australia, friends of some of them being already there. Hearing that a Moravian headquarters was also there, I introduced myself, stating that I was a subject of, and personally acquainted with, their brother Moravian, Mr. La Trobe, our superintendent. I found other La Trobes there, his relatives or namesakes. Several of the body spoke good English, and so I got fairly on with the peasantry, explaining as to the class entitled to the assistance in emigrating, and that to vinedressers only would the aid apply, so as to enable the Messrs. Godefroy to give them a free passage. I left them with the understanding that they would make up a party and communicate with Delis. About 6 months later I went again to Hamburg, this time to see the first party away. They were in a good deal of trouble, for most of them, in spite of all advice, had clung to old family lumber, things mostly quite unsuited to Australia, and the carriage cost of which strained their narrow means at every stage. But worst of all, the cholera was then raging in Hamburg, and it attacked several of the party during some few days, while they waited, under such shelter as they could improvise, until the ship could take them. Delis and I visited them, to cheer them with the near prospect of the sunshine and plenty of Australia. A rather motley crew was this first German party landed at Melbourne. I fear they were not all vinedressers. But the difficulty was to get them to describe themselves as such, even when they were so. This was almost as hard upon them as for an Indian Brahmin to write himself down a low-caste Hindu. Upon any pretense they would class themselves as of some trade, and one, who doubtless expected great things from it, entered himself, to the serious damage of our case, as Doctor of Philosophy. There was considerable difficulty and delay in getting the grant. Mr. La Trobe helped us as much as he conscientiously could. Of course, the said doctor had to be excluded, and others with him. But eventually a substantial sum was handed to the shippers, sufficient to encourage them to continue the business. Several expeditions, larger or smaller, followed. I have no record of their total. One of their great delights was the superabundance of fresh beef and mutton. Our ever-active colonist, Dr. Thompson, of Geelong, who took great interest in Germans, invited a party of them, just arrived, to Geelong, where he gave them a supper upon the grass around his pretty residence, killing and roasting a large fat sheep, and serving out chops, and all the rest of it, ad libitum. One man was noticed to have eaten a couple of pounds' weight right off, and no doubt he felt, in consequence, like the boy in Punch, just as though his jacket were buttoned. My late esteemed friend, Mr. Otto Neuhaus, himself one of the emigrating throng, although not of the very first party, gave me, from his complete mastery of English, most material help in managing their affairs. I had afterwards the pleasant duty of recommending him to our first colonial secretary, Captain Lonsdale, for a justiceship of the peace, to the great satisfaction and convenience of his co-emigrant countrymen. I am under much like obligation also to Mr. Bra, who long acted, and I hope still acts, as a solicitor amongst the Germans. But the grand prize for these Germans was the acquisition of land. Accordingly, Captain Stanley Carr, then on a visit with the German Prince of Schleswig-Holstein, and myself took up, in trust for such Germans as desired it, and had the means of payment, one of the square miles of surveyed land, as yet unapplied for, about 12 miles north of Melbourne, which was divided amongst them in lots as agreed upon. And there they are to this day, a thriving community. When, in company with Neuhaus, my wife and I visited them in 1857, just before finally quitting the colony, we found considerable progress in the form of a scattered village, with a little Lutheran church, and some show of gardening and cultivation. They seemed delighted to stick to their German speaking, and would not even try to speak English. One amusing feature in the scramble as to allotments was that each tried, in most cases, to get trees, stones, and rocks in preference to clear ground, as if so much additional wealth. The trees might have had value for firewood, but in the other items they had probably more than they'd bargained for. We secured the land for them at £1 an acre, and the fact of their being so largely settled upon it raised its value at once considerably. All the land thereabout has now risen to many times this first cost. Many more Germans have since, as I understand, settled upon other land. The exact value of the German immigration to Australia may be to us a differing estimate, but I think we mostly give it a decided welcome. Lord Grey, as I recollect, was attacked in Parliament by the political opposition for thus spending money on foreigners which might have better gone to our own destitute, etc., etc., and I myself was repeatedly so attacked, but always in a like merely political opposition way, when anything is let fly at an opponent that will serve the momentary purpose. In the heat of the O'Shanassy contest for Melbourne, for instance, I was accused of having told the Silesian peasants that they were wanted to set an example of sobriety to the drunken Irish. But I easily escaped from that news by the rejoinder that, if I did say anything of the kind, it must have been of my own countrymen, as an Irishman can never stand to a Highlander at whiskey. The true point of the question is the denationalizing of our race, which is so seriously threatened, for example, by the import of Chinese. We know that something of French, Flemish, Dutch, and Danish Norse, along with a leading dash of German, all grafted on the old British stock, have evolved the modern Englishman. Substantially, therefore, we are only reopening this useful manufacture, which was effectively begun for England 15 centuries back. The German Prince. Come of a gentle, kind, and noble stock. Pericles. One of the pleasant incidents to vary our social life was the arrival in 1850 of the young Prince of Schleswig-Holstein, to whom there occurred, during the German dynastic confusion that followed the revolutionary year 1848, an opportunity to see the world. Accompanied by his guardian, Captain Stanley Carr, he arrived by one of the Messrs. Godeffroy's ships from Hamburg, having been swayed to some extent in selection of travel route by the fact of German emigration to Port Phillip having commenced a year before through the same firm. The prince, who was then only of the age of 19, and of most amiable and ingenuous look, had that charm of the true politeness of his years, which left you the impression that he thought that everyone was to be preferred to himself. If unfortunate, in the chances of the struggle, in being dropped out of his principality, he was afterwards compensated in another direction, for not only is his younger brother our Queen's son-in-law, but one of his daughters is today Empress of Germany. What a reminder are such changes of the swift passing of time and of the crowd of portentous events in these quick-speeding years. The prince and his guardian landed, as it were, in my arms, by virtue both of introductions from the Godeffroys, and of my position as virtual parental head of the German flock which had begun to stream into Port Phillip. Unacquainted myself with the language, I was ably and untiringly helped, as I have said, by my late friend Mr. Neuhaus. The prince took the thin disguise of Lieutenant Gronwald, but I never heard that name, except in Captain Carr's official intimation. We all called him the prince, but he was equally courteous and unassuming whatever way we addressed him. It was quite touching to see the harmony that existed between ward and guardian, the one looking up to his sage mentor with the trustful tractability of a child, the other reciprocating high regard out of the depths of that ultra-Tory sentiment with which long residence within German court vicinities, and perhaps a natural turn of mind, had imbued him. We have been apprised of this still lingering German high sentiment by hearing at times of the late Emperor Frederick's habit, when Crown Prince, of calling the Princess wife, and of asking, when looking for her, where his wife was, a transgression of court etiquette so appalling as well nigh to send the queried parties off into a fit. There was another amusing illustration from Captain Carr. He came to me once very considerably disconcerted by the report of a public meeting the day before, at which he, oblivious for the moment of the inevitable omnipresent English free press, had offered some remarks. The Argus, under the undiscriminating democratic pen of Kerr, its editor, had reported that Captain Stanley Carr had told the meeting that the King of Prussia had told him so and so, whereas, as Carr sorrowfully complained, the proper expression should have been that an exalted personage in Prussia had led him to understand so and so. But, added my friend, with manifest comfort, the departure from propriety was so flagrant that, if the report did happen to reach the King's eyes, he would never believe it of him. Both distinguished visitors honored me and two of my sisters, who had by this time followed their brother to the land of promise, with a few days' residence at our cottage, with its gardens so full of fruit, upon the Merry Creek. When so many other invitations pressed, we were in honor bound to this time limitation. They were easily entertained with such few elegancies as we could then boast of. But we were bound also, even in mere good feeling to surrounding ambitious maidens, to get up a ball in the Prince's honor. I had my task in discriminating the comparative few of the fair hands that could possibly be placed in that of the guests, for even a prince could not dance forever, so as to overtake all. On the Prince's part every successive hand was accepted with equal readiness, and every favored maiden was duly encouraged, or discouraged, by faultlessly impartial courtesy. Black Thursday. Whirlwinds of tempestuous fire. Milton. The year 1851 had for us three memorable events. First, Black Thursday, on February 6th. Second, the elevation of Port Phillip district into the colony of Victoria, on July 1st. Third, the discovery of gold, which was practically and substantially that of Ballarat, during the third week of September. Black Thursday has been so much written about by others that I had best confine myself to my own experiences. I rode into business, as usual, from my Merry Creek residence, 4.5 miles north of the city. The weather had been unusually dry for some days, with the hot wind from the northwest, or the direction of what we called Sturt's Desert, where hot winds in summer, and almost as distinctly cold winds in midwinter, were manufactured for us. The heat had been increasing daily, and this, as we comforted ourselves, was surely the climax which was to bring the inevitable reversion of the southerly blast and the restoring rain, for it was felt as the hottest day in my recollection. In town we did not hear of much that day, although reports came from time to time of sinister-looking signs from the surrounding interior, whence an unusual haze or thick mist seemed to rise towards the cloudless sky. Some few, however, who were more active than others in their trading or gossiping movements, became aware in the afternoon, or perhaps were favored with the news as a secret, that Dr. Thompson had ridden post-haste from Geelong to Allison and Knight, our early and leading millers and flour factors, to warn them that the whole country was in flames, with incalculable destruction of cereals and other products. Whereupon the said firm at once raised the price of flour 30%. The doctor had certainly earned a good fee on that occasion, and we must hope that he got it. I returned home as usual after the day's work. Nothing to alarm us had even made a near approach to Melbourne, as our trees were too park-like in their wide scatter, and our grass too much cropped off by hungry quadrupeds, to expose us to any danger. But feeling unusual oppression from the singularly close heat, for I was attired in woolen clothing, not greatly under the winter woolen standard, and which, by the way, serves to confirm that our dry Australian clime is not to be measured in effect, like most others, by mere height of the thermometer, I proceeded to indulge myself, for the first time in my life, I think, with a second refresher of my shower bath. Next morning accounts began to pour in from all quarters of an awful havoc, in which, sad to say, life to no small extent was lost, as well as very much property. There has never been, throughout Australia, either before or since, such a day as Victoria's Black Thursday, and most likely, or rather most certainly, it will never, to its frightful extent, occur again, for every year, with the spread of occupation, brings its step in the accumulation of protectives. Still, these fires are a terrible and frequent evil, and even if the towns and settlements are safe, the destruction of the grand old forests is deplorable, and ere very many years will be, indeed, most sadly deplored. What between the unchecked clearances of the fires, and the unchecked clearances on the part of the colonists, I fear that those noble gum trees, the greatest and loftiest trees probably in the world, so graphically described by Mr. Froude in his recent Australian tour, will have but a poor chance. He describes also, with equal life, those dangerous forest fires, which are so especially frequent during the ever-occurring ordeals of drought, of which he had a fair sample at the time of his visit. Only think of 8 miles of forest burnt in one fire which he witnessed, and such fires frequent occurrences. Let us in time take warning by the example of the States and Canada, where, in and around the more settled parts, the magnificent primeval forest has entirely disappeared, alike from areas still unused as from those brought into use. When I traveled by rail from Montreal to Toronto, during the British Association session at the former in 1884, a very large part of the way was through the monotonous and utterly wearisome scene of a second growth of miscellaneous small trees and underwood that had succeeded to the grand original. We were told of one small town which had become famous by its good taste or good fortune in having preserved in its midst one of the ancient monarchs. Well, what could be done to preserve Australian forests? We must not deprive the people of the use of these forests, for there they are for the purpose, as part of the country's wealth, and in quantity enough for all, discreetly dealt with. I would parcel out the forests into great clumps, marking off adequate passages between each, and only permitting for the present the latter to be dealt with. With the gradual clearing of these intervals, the reserved portions, and the colony generally, might be freed, in great measure, from the risk of fires. Early Victoria, from 1851. Gold! 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 Bright and yellow, hard and cold. Hood. I am drawing near the end of what may be fairly considered as early Melbourne and Victoria. Indeed, I might be challenged in going beyond the memorable 1851, a year which ushers such momentous new features into the colony. But considerably more than a generation has since passed, and writing as I do for those who occupy today the old scene, I may plead as my excuse their own view of the subject, for already they regard the time I have come to as the real beginning of early Victoria, while the dim distances preceding are to them a kind of age before the deluge, which ordinary memories fail to fathom. In keeping to personal recollections I cannot, at the worst, be very protracted, for I quitted public life in 1853, and regretfully, under the calls of business, the colony itself 4 years later. I must confine myself to some few recollections of the former brief but busy period, 1851-3, of which, in its multifarious rush of political and general business, I might say in the well-known words of the Roman poet, which have survived my classic rust, quorum pars magna fui, provided I were allowed to greatly abate, or rather perhaps, in becoming modesty, altogether to delete, the third factor of Virgil's sentence. The goldfields came upon us with almost the suddenness of the changes of dreamland. We had had a slight graduation by the news, in the May preceding, from the sister colony, of a shepherd on Dr. Kerr's station, near Bathurst, having come upon a round hundredweight of nearly pure gold. This luck, I presume, was mainly the result of the habit most of us had begun to acquire of keeping our eyes upon the ground beneath us, in consequence of Hargreaves, on his return from California about this time, having predicted gold, and subsequently fulfilled his prophecy by washing out some of the precious metal in the Bathurst vicinities. Passing over trifling intermediate finds of gold, as at Anderson's Creek in August, Ballarat came suddenly upon us. The news reached town, I think, on September 21st. A week later a small knot of us merchants, who had offices on the east side of the market square, including our next-door neighbors, Messrs. Watson and White, were discussing what was to come of it all, for while part of our employees were off to visit the diggings on leave, the rest threatened to follow, leave or no leave. The situation had a certain convenience in the fact that almost all business was for the time at an end, excepting that of buying up spades and shovels, pitchers and pannikins, and anything to answer for a cradle. Instead of rising with the gold, houses and lands in Melbourne actually fell, and considerably too, in the first confusion, when multitudes were selling off or letting at anything they could get, in order to be off to the diggings. There came, however, a rapid recovery a few months after. My friend Mr. Henry Miller, sitting next me in the legislature, told me one day that two owners of cottages, to whom he had lent £80 each, upon their respective security, had begged him 6 months ago to take over the said property in payment, and let them be off at once to the common goal of the day, that he had charitably done so, and that he had just resold these houses for £1,000 each. When the tide began its upward turn, a Mr. O'Farrell, a quiet, unpretending house agent and rent collector, one of whose sons afterwards came to so bad an end, made promptly a large fortune by buying up leases or fee simples, and in an incredibly short time redisposing of them at a great advance. Early Ballarat. All that glisters is not gold. Merchant of Venice. Let me begin upon early Ballarat by stating, what many may now have forgotten, namely, that the original and native name was Ballarat, or Ballarat, which was the pronunciation then, and for some years after. But our English way is to put the emphasis on the first part of a polysyllabic word. I have long remarked this practice, comparing it with that of races of inferior, or more or less barbarous condition, who, as in countless other examples in Australia, and still more strikingly in New Zealand, and generally, I think, over the world, lay the emphasis on or towards the end of the word. What does it mean? I arrived at my solution. The emphatic ending best preserves the whole word. The barbarous, with few ideas, give surpassing importance to words, while the civilized, under the crowd of ideas, disregard words except as mere vehicles, and traverse them easiest by the early emphasis, to say nothing of dropping the after part entirely when troublesomely long. The Turanian, or lowest class of language, as Professor Max Muller tells us, preserves its root words forever, tacking one to another, but never losing the full sound of each, while all sorts of word, gerrymandering, liberties go on in the highest class. I ventured to propound my theory to my linguistic friend, Mr. Hyde Clark, but he found so many divergencies in Latin and Greek and Hebrew, and what not, that I was driven to a partial reconstruction. It was the busy as well as civilized race that scamped the words. The Greeks and Romans, that portion of them that made society or the public opinion, and that consequently governed the language, abhorred the vulgar hurry of business life, and thus gave their words a better chance of unmutilated life. I have not yet been driven out of this final theory. With hardly anything else to do, it was as hardly possible to resist a visit, with nearly everybody else, to Ballarat. So I appeared there on the October 3rd, and, as senior member for Melbourne in the colony's first Parliament, and first President of the recently established Chamber of Commerce, I was, of course, a man in authority. So, mounting a gum-tree stump, as the only available chair or pulpit, I harangued the diggers, first upon the grand fortunes that had overtaken the colony, and next upon their sadly wasteful ways with the little stream that ran through the Ballarat Valley. I fear I did not much impress my hearers on the latter point, for everyone did what was most for his immediate needs, whether or not he thus sacrificed his neighbor below him. Next I was conducted to Gold Point, which was just developing its quality in the blue clay, which had been struck at no great depth below the surface. I was let down into a big hole, the early parent of shaft sinking, given a spade, and directed to apply it to a place where a digger's quick eye had detected one speck of gold. There was probably, he said, a string of gold behind it. And so it proved, for out of about a pound weight of matrix which I removed on the corner of the spade, I picked out 7 shillings and 6 worth of gold. Then I retired from the crowd and the incessant noise of cradles, and ascending from the valley to the high level plain, I came upon a small lake, whose waters glittered peacefully in the warm sunshine of a bright spring day. A tiny streamlet was still running from the lake, and trickling down the small semi-precipice towards the main rivulet, now sadly muddy, which I had just left. So near was this edge to the lake that I increased the stream by deepening its bed with my foot, but I repented of this waste, and restored the block, because the approaching summer must be thought for, and this natural reservoir was by no means deep. I waded into the pleasantly and invitingly cool water, but had promptly to retreat from swarms of leeches which attacked my feet. The scene was striking. Although the hum of busy humanity arose from beneath, not an object was visible on the higher level, as I glanced around to the far west and north, excepting the country's indigenous features. There was not a human being, not even a sheep in sight. Around this spot has since arisen the city of Ballarat, with 50,000 people, with streets, buildings, institutions, business, including an extra busy stock exchange, equal to those of, at least, twice its population at home, while the lovely lake of that time has long been fringed with residences and gardens, and its waters been the scene of the regattas and other diversions of the leisure of the prosperous citizens. As I rode back on my horse to town, for Cobb and Company had not yet established their leather-hung stage drags, for which, in the impossibility of others upon the unmade roads, we had reason to be thankful, I mused over all I had seen, and long ere reaching home had concluded that £10,000 a day was being taken out of Ballarat. Sundays excepted, that meant a product at the rate of over 3 millions a year, into which, as one of its export items, the young colony was already precipitated, from a total export product of only a trifle above £1 million the year before. No one was prepared to credit such a statement. Indeed, unbelief on the point was prevalent until well on into 1852, when Bendigo had been added to Ballarat, and when Melbourne was seen to be full of gold, which the newly instituted gold broker was already practiced, with critical eye as to quality, in weighing out by the 100 or the 1,000 ounces, and which diggers by hundreds were carrying away in their pockets, in most cases entirely unrecorded, to Tasmania, Sydney, and Adelaide. There was hardly any customs record at the first, and only a very partial one for a while after, until the diggers ceased thus to carry off the gold, upon finding that the rival brokers gave them fair and full value. The yield of 1852 was estimated at no less than 15 millions. How the diggers, utterly inexperienced as they mostly then were, came so suddenly upon such surpassingly rich drifts has never been, to my mind at least, satisfactorily explained, unless the case be summarily affiliated to those possibilities of throwing sixes in dozen successions, and such like. In no one year, since 1852, have the Victorian goldfields, although comparatively the most productive, yielded even a near approach to 15 millions. Mount Alexander and Bendigo. Our fortune lies upon this jump. Antony and Cleopatra. The following year, about the same pleasant spring season, I made out a second goldfields visit, in company with my late friend, Mr. W. M. Bell, senior partner of the early firm of Bells and Buchanan. This time I went further inland, and in the more northerly direction of Mount Alexander and Bendigo, as considerable regions around were then loosely called, and which are now represented respectively by the large municipalities of Castlemaine and Sandhurst. Vast changes had taken place in the colony since my Ballarat visit. There had been, in the first place, arrivals in multitudes, first from the surrounding colonies, and then from home, and in a lesser influx, from the Cape, America, and parts of Europe. The tide of such threatening dimensions from China was later on. The roads, such as they were crowded with passengers, and with traffic, chiefly in flour, to the starving diggers, the carriage of which to Bendigo ran up to £100 a ton. Indeed, such was the cost of carriage that some of us estimated that a single year's total would equal the cost of making a railway. Of course, the railway, draining the labor market, could only itself have been at proportionate cost. Nevertheless, Mr. Trenchard, a Melbourne solicitor, projected the Melbourne, Mount Alexander and Murray River Railway, an enterprise which, after some months' flutter of checkered life, expired for want of support from the overbusy colonists, who had other far more immediately pressing needs and chances for their money. The Gold Escort had been established by this time, with an armed guard, which at times included native police, a force which had been the best, if not the only, success as yet in our civilizing efforts with the Aborigines. The art of digging had greatly advanced since my Ballarat visit. At Bendigo I inspected the White Hills, where there was already regular shaft sinking to depths approaching 100 feet. The White Hills were so called from a large ejection, piled up in white mounds of a light-colored thick bed of the auriferous drifts, in which unprecedented quantities of gold had been found. Descending one of the shafts, I was shown the chief source of this gold, namely, a thin seam of small quartz grit, hardly 2 inches in thickness, and of the white quartz hue, excepting the lowest half-inch, which was browned with iron. This lowest half-inch had almost all the gold, and the very lowest part of it, where the iron brown darkened almost to black, was literally crowded with gold particles. The diggers now always looked for the most gold where the quartz drift showed most of iron browning. Mr. Selwyn had not yet explained to us our Australian gold features and those gold constants of Murchison, which had to sustain so severe a shaking in Australia. I scraped out gold grains with my nails, and a good many with a knife within a minute. When I told the claim owners that here was unlimited gold, and asked what they intended to do with it all, they pointed to the superincumbent mass of white stuff, which was either absolutely sterile, or, what was practically the same, had insufficient gold to pay even a run through the wash when ejected. The case seemed not unlike that of the thin seams of flint nodules, say nuggets, which characterize the thick chalk strata of South England, within which most or all the silicious matter of the entire bed has been somehow brought together. I understood that this remarkable gold seam gave out not long after, and that, thereupon, the marvelous yield of Bendigo was seriously diminished. As we approached this already great and busy goldfield, when the hum of its business life was just breaking upon our ears, but without any other disturbing intrusion to interfere with the universally indigenous scene, a large kangaroo, the old man, or largest species, started up amongst the gum tree underwood a little ahead of us, and bounded away in magnificent style. But a day or two afterwards, as we were leaving Bendigo, another feature of the colony, not indigenous and by no means so pleasant, was brought up to our minds to their considerable discomfort for the moment. We were just clear of Goldfields Sounds and Company, and involved in the utter solitude of the primeval bush, when we espied a party approaching us on the road. They numbered 5, all on horseback. Somehow, the circumstances considered, we had all, independently, concluded that there was no small chance of their being bushrangers, for already the towns and goldfields, the latter, of course, mostly, swarmed with these unmitigated ruffians, arrived chiefly from Tasmania. We discussed the chances, 3, 4, possibly even 5 to 1 in our favor, and considered what we should do in case even 5 to 1 failed us in the lot. What we could do was the practical question. We had also, I think, 5 of a party, and Bell was a huge, strong fellow, able for a couple of ordinary mortals. But what availed all that against desperadoes each doubly armed with revolver and rifle? We calmed ourselves as best we could as we mutually approached. Our salute was cordially returned, and then we found that we owed an ample apology for having for once so grievously mistaken honest men. Another Goldfields feature was of the most pleasing and inspiring character. In no goldfield we had then visited did we ever meet with so much as one drunken person. With most laudable prescience, our authorities had prohibited the ingress of and the dealing in any intoxicating drink on all proclaimed goldfields. The good order in consequence was quite marvelous, and we seemed as if in some earthly paradise, where mankind had, as with one consent, dropped the worst of human vices and passions. But this was only so far as drink and drunkenness were concerned, for rude circumstances made rude men, to say no more of the pervading convict element. Nor were the goldfields free from sly grog selling, as it is called. Still, the difficulties put in the way kept them thus sober. Of course, outside the goldfields' limits there was drunken riot enough, intensified, no doubt, by the enforced sobriety within. Troops of diggers, or their employees, with their pockets full of gold, would start for town, or for the nearest public, there to run up a score till the whole pile had vanished. We were told of one country hotel called the Porcupine, whose keeper was making £40,000 a year of net profit. These riotous crowds, at each public house, indulged in such shocking excesses of language and conduct as to make mere drunkenness the very innocence of the case. But withal I confess to a greatly disappointed feeling when, having left the colony on a home visit early in 1853, and returned late in 1854, I found that the influence of the great spirit interest had succeeded in removing all restriction from the goldfields. By this time, however, the police and other authority were better organized, so that there was a very considerable mitigation of bad effects. Early Victorian legislation. They that stand high have many blasts to shake them. Richard III. Hear ye not the hum of mighty workings? Keats. Stay, you imperfect speakers. Macbeth. We commence with an unpretending budget, although memorable 1853, with all its gold and its progress, in what Wentworth happily called the precipitation into a nation, had dawned upon us. The Speaker of our then single-chamber system, 1/3 nominees, had but £400 a year, which is guide sufficient to indicate the scale and style of other things. Our first choice for Speaker fell upon Dr. Palmer, an early colonist of the medical profession, and of good culture and bearing, but who had not previously taken any prominent social position. His ambition was probably stimulated by the fact that amongst the busy colonists, who perhaps foresaw more work than either honor or pay, there was no candidate but himself. The rest of us speculated, not without expected amusement, as to the official attire our new dignitary would appear in. Probably any other of the elected members, as Speaker, would have decided on simple evening dress, as most consistent with the modern tendency to make a gentleman plain, and the waiter and footman dressily conspicuous, and this would perhaps have decided as to the chair, in that respect for all the future. But Palmer we all knew to be too much of the old Tory for any surrender of that kind, and there was, besides, just a trace of the oddly positive in him, although otherwise a genial good fellow, which held out promise of sport. We were only half gratified. He appeared in a plain Quaker-like but much braided coat, which was understood to have gone for dress in the good old times of Charles II. A time when kings were really kings. 3 prominent subjects came before us for legislation. First, that fundamental topic of interminable difference, the land question. Second, the goldfields question, which was even more important then, seeing that the government, under pretense of Old English law, to the effect that all treasure trove was the Crown's, claimed the whole goldfields as Crown territory, whose population had thus no rights, political or fiscal, except the Crown chose to give such. Third, the transportation question, which, under the startling emergencies of the moment, was perhaps second to no other before us. It was rather amusing to see how business went at first, for nearly all of us were quite inexperienced in public life. But Mr. Barker, our first clerk of the council, took bravely to his duties, and soon became a useful referee. There was much looking up for authority, and O'Shanassy indulged in many a profane joke at May, having taken definitive possession of Speaker Palmer's brain. One most decided obstacle to our legislative progress was the fact that the vast incessant tide of business thrust upon the colony made it hardly possible to spare any time for other than each one's own private concerns. In my own case, the only leisure I ever had then in the 6 days was half an hour for a walk and a thought in the early morn. The entire remainder of the day, and great part of the night also, were one succession of private business, public meetings, and deputations, council committees and council sittings. The unprepared speeches were in due accordance. Dr. now Sir Charles Nicholson, the Sydney Speaker, happened to pay us a visit during these early legislative throes of baby Victoria, and as I sat by him in the privileged place near the Speaker's chair, he remarked that, prepared as he was to find a crude spectacle, he had never imagined an assemblage of such helpless incompetency. But in defense, I took Bulwer Lytton's view, that genius being mainly labor, and labor mainly time, the want of the last might be merely preventing the first. And so it has turned out long ago, so that if Sir Charles, who, I am glad to say, is still to the fore, were to pay another visit, and try conclusions with Mr. Service, and possibly 100 others besides, he might reach a different verdict. We were all, confessedly, terribly raw in all matters of parliamentary form. One day, while we were more than usually puzzled in that respect, Town Clerk Kerr, who happened to be present, was continually sending to myself and others written slips, suggesting the proper or common-sense course. I could not help thinking that, if he had been but a trifle less of a party man, there was no one in the colony who would have made a better speaker, with his sufficiently portly person and commanding presence, his imperturbable gravity, and his well-filled head and everything required from that quarter for the position. But this was an utter non-possumus with the nominees and squatting members, most of whom, with Ebden at their head, would almost rather have endured a presentable Vandemonian expiry in the chair than the ultra-democratic town clerk and caustic ex-editor of the anti-squatter and anti-government Argus. Some of the officials, however, were fairly up to their mark, notably our Attorney General Stawell, now Sir William, the ex-Chief Justice, who, both then and since, has ever held the first position in ability. At an interval came Auditor General Ebden, and one or two others, official or unofficial. My worthy friend Castle, Collector of Customs, or Commissioner thereof, as I think he was then called, was brimful of information for us all, but not much of a speaker. The other side of the House, that of the 2/3 elected, was, in my memory, raw throughout. O'Shaughnessy's strong brogue, and ungainly delivery and manner, had not yet been overbalanced by the solidity of his arguments. Johnson, our third Metropolitan, had early descended, or else condescended, to pungent snapping at the heels of the nominees, as though these sacred persons had been ordinary mortals like the ruck of membership on his own side of the table. By far our most vivacious member was William Rutledge, of Port Fairy, who, with an earnestness of manner, contrasting with a merry twinkle of the eye, and with a ready but utterly negligent tongue, gave us many a laugh. He was highly indignant on one occasion, as I remember, on hearing that a bet had been taken that, on a particular committee day, he would rise and speak more than 30 different times, and he was still more angry when his informant went on to tell him that the bet had been won. One of the country members, whose name I am now not quite sure of, set us all in a roar on one occasion, by taking as a personal affront, and very tartly too, as though quite intended, the interruption to his speech by the arrival of a royal message from the governor. Another curiosity was the way in which the House adjusted itself for legislative action. Almost as matter of course, under the instincts of the position, the elected members were, in fact and in principle alike, opposed to the nominated, and that, by consequent instincts, ever meant simply the government. The press, with similar unanimity, was on the elected side, for both were in the fight for the full, constitutional concession, which came a few years later. In anything that touched squatting, however, the squatting representatives, led by another old friend, W.F. Splatt, of the Wimmera, went over bodily, thus giving the government a small majority, which, as I have shown in my sketch of Mr. La Trobe, blocked us seriously in dealing with the waste or crown lands for the benefit of the inpouring tens of thousands of people. Sometimes, by the force of our case, we stole a vote from the ministerial side, as when Mr. afterwards Judge Pullman defected upon my anti-transportation motion for transmission to the home government. There was one sole exception on our elective side, another old personal friend, William Campbell, of the Loddon, who, uncongenial towards the disturbing democratic prospect, voted steadily for the government. On this account, Edward Wilson, then editing the Argus, found for him the designation of the lost sheep of the Loddon, which, as from the enemy's side, was no bad piece of humor, and it took its place in the colony's category accordingly, alongside of Ebden's disgustingly rich, and possibly other like humor which I have forgotten. One of the nominee members, Mr. Dunlop, took me roundly to task for asserting that, through a mere accident of law, about treasure trove being, as of old, the property of the Crown, the government claimed to confiscate the constitutional rights of one half of the colonists. I explained, but the situation really explained itself. The common sense, as well as the political attainment of the day, could not possibly tolerate such an application of old black letter to the entirely novel and unanticipated circumstances of these great and populous goldfields. The elected members were compelled to threaten the only course which appeared legally open to them, namely, that of not voting the supplies, if the goldfields regulations, and receipts and expenditure, all of which the government had claimed as entirely their own independent matter, were not of reasonable and suitable character, and in accordance with the colonial representative's views. At the last, however, there was happily mutual agreement. The protection question was early brought on, of course from Geelong, by my worthy old friend J.F. Strachan, its member, and both its income and, for that time, its exit, were amusing. "Why lose so much revenue in order to set up colonial brandy making?" he was asked. "Was the domestic article we were to make such sacrifice for to be superior to the imported?" "On the contrary," he replied, "it was because it would be inferior, and must therefore be thus bonused against the superiority of the rival import. So then we were to lose revenue, and pay a higher price, in order to substitute bad liquor for good. Let us still keep to the better quality at the lower price." So the proposal was laughed out, Strachan himself, with his usual good humor, joining in the laugh. It would be supererogation to go into our early legislation, which is familiar to the colony in 100 publications, besides the fact that I have touched already on some of the prominent subjects or questions in which I myself took a part, such as the movement against transportation, the new and rather startling course in the Convicts Prevention Act, and the first Gold Commission. I have therefore exhausted my subject, so far as it is properly my own, and must hasten to take my leave. When I first thought of this work for the delightfully complete leisure and repose of a long voyage, I feared that I might find but little to say of matters of a retrospect approaching 2 generations. But seated at last with pen in hand, and with memory stirred up, I had ere long to exercise mercy towards my expected readers, in sifting the surging crowd of recollections, so as to keep to such as might have general interest. I hope I have reasonably succeeded, and if I have also contributed, in however small a degree, to the information, interest, or amusement of my old friends and fellow colonists, I shall be abundantly repaid. William Westgarth, SS. Coptic, at sea, latitude 45 degrees south, longitude 142 degrees east, July 25, 1888. And this is my conclusion. Much ado about nothing. Postscript. Melbourne in 1888. Here, 50 winters since, by Yarra's stream, a scattered hamlet found its modest place. What mind would venture then in wildest dream its wondrous growth and eminence to trace? What seer predictor stripling in the race would, swift as Atlanta, win the prize of progress 'neath the world's astonished eyes? J. F. Daniel. The Jubilee of Melbourne. And, behold, one half of the greatness was not told me. 2 Chronicles 9 verse 6. My intended postscript on Melbourne as I found it in 1888 has been delayed until I have seen Sydney also, so that I have a few words of comparison on the 2 great capitals of the southern section of our empire. Arrival at Hobart. Allow me first to complete the outward passage. I concluded my Recollections, when still at sea, within about a day of our ship's destination, Hobart. The Tasmanian shores gave us a salutation not usually associated with Australia, that, namely, of the snow, thickly sprinkled over the southern slopes of the island. I welcomed the scene, both as recalling that of home, and as giving the promise of the highest of civilization, which, as Mr. Froude reminds us, belongs to the countries where the snow remains on the ground. We shortened our course by a few miles in taking D'Entrecasteaux's Channel, and were, as I understood, the first of the large vessels from the other hemisphere to do so. We cast anchor off Hobart after nightfall, the many bright lights of the city gladdening our eyes, while the babble of English tongues from the boats around us reminded us once more that, after so many thousands of additional miles since at Cape Town, we were still within the British Empire. Westella Hotel. My first salutation came from an exact namesake of mine, Mr. William Westgarth, whom I had known at Melbourne 35 years ago, and who, after varying fortunes, had for the last dozen years been conducting a superior class of boarding house or family hotel. It was called Westella, and was situated in Elizabeth Street, the chief thoroughfare of Hobart. The house I recollected as that of Mr. Henry Hopkins, a very early merchant of the city, whom I had met more than once between 40 and 50 years ago. It was the undisputed palace of the city of its day, nor was it disposed, even now, to bend its head to any second position. As my friend conducted our party over the pretty scene of garden and cliff behind the house, we found it all wrapped in frost, except where the bright morning sun had struck, and we broke the ice, quite quarter of an inch thick, on a fish pond of the grounds. Thus Tasmanian ascendancy in the civilized world is secured. Progress of the Antipodes. Already we began in Hobart, and we continued as we went further north, to meet with indications of the progress of the age, quite abreast of, and indeed rather ahead of, all that we have been used to at home. For instance, we were hardly settled comfortably within Westella, when the waiter announced that Mr. Fysh, the Tasmanian Premier, wished to see me. I had met Mr. Fysh in London, and I quite expected that he wished to have a talk with me about Tasmanian finance and loans. "Is he waiting?" I asked, jumping up at once to go to him. "No, sir," was the reply. "But he is speaking to you through the telephone." I passed to the telephone room, and the signal being sent that I was in attendance, I was given 2 ear caps and told to listen. A clear, but also a still small voice, came up as from the vasty deep. Whether from the smallness of it, or from my being unaccustomed to that mysterious sort of thing, I did not catch the words, and had to relinquish the business to our hostess, Miss Westgarth, and thus a meeting was conveniently arranged. Australian features. Fortunately for us, we had arrived in a leisure season in the hotel way, so that our host was free to devote himself to us in sightseeing, and thus, with hardly a day and a half to spare, we got a fair idea of Hobart, including a drive along the One Road, in whose shaded valleys we found as much snow and ice as though we perambulated the Scotch Highlands in January. This had been, however, an exceptionally severe winter. On the way to Government House, my eyes were once more regaled with the gum trees, in the well-accustomed form of open forest, the ground being covered with grass, on which sheep were depasturing. This is the pleasing characteristic of much of Australian scenery. The Tasmanian Main Line. The next day, Sunday, we had to leave for Launceston, by a special train of the Tasmanian Main Line, so as to be in time for the boat to Melbourne, on which we depended for arrival prior to the opening of the Great Exhibition on August 1st. We formed a large and important party, including the Governor and Lady, the Premier, Treasurer, and Attorney General, while the Auditor General and others were to follow a few days after. We understood there was to be a general concourse from all the surrounding colonies, and so far as regarded the official contribution to the concourse, Tasmania had done its duty. While we ran along this, the chief railway of Tasmania, I recalled something of the endless contentions between its proprietors or agents and the Tasmanian government. The question requires some study, for the literature thereof has already swollen to most inconvenient dimensions. Any way of it, the government would have done best for the colony if they had themselves built the line. As matters now stand, the company cannot be made to maintain the line in due efficiency, because, unfortunately, it has neither capital nor credit to do so. Nor can the amount needed for that purpose be permitted to be taken out of earnings, because that only increases the guaranteed interest properly payable on the bonded debt of the line by the government. Nor can the government keep back any of this latter amount, because the innocent and helpless bondholders, or the company as their advocate, are at once down upon them for such atrocity. Nor, lastly, can the colony buy up the line and thus be extricated from the mess, because the company utterly scouts the idea of a sale at mere valuation. The River Tamar. Next day we were steaming down the Tamar, famous for its beauty as a narrow inlet of the sea from Launceston downwards, rather than properly a river. A small boat took us the first 12 miles, and we were then transferred to the larger vessel in which we were to cross the straits. In the former we were rather crowded, for some 25 youths of Geelong were returning from a football contest with some Tasmanian young folks. They kept us lively with songs and recitations, in which the praises of Geelong were dutifully mingled. I was delighted to see this small Geelong of my early memory turning out in such strength, and recalling in a parental way this said small past of the place. I might have maundered in the "Bless you, my children" sort of vein, had I not been kept in check by the frolicsome humor of the boys. Port Phillip Harbour. 2 disappointments awaited me on entering the Heads of Port Phillip. First, it was early morn, just before daybreak, and next, when the day did develop upon us halfway up the bay, it was in such mist and rain as all but deprived us of any view. But the mist and cloud lifted somewhat as we approached Hobson's Bay, and thence I was rushed into the multitudinous shipping of Williamstown and Port Melbourne, the great harbour works going on all around, the New Cut, the crowded wharves, and all the other marvels of modern Melbourne. Melbourne. Here apartments had been provided for us at Scott's Hotel, as Menzies, in its near neighbourhood, the more usual place for families, was quite full with exhibition visitors. But although our hotel had the noise of ceaseless business below, we on the floor above were so quiet, with the best of attendance and cooking, and with every other comfort, that we are, by choice, to return to it after visiting the other colonies. Here, then, we opened our campaign amongst old scenes and old friends, separated for more than a generation. I had to ascertain who were dead and who still alive. A glance over the city soon revealed to me that one old friend, the oldest, I might say, upon the ground, had entirely passed away, and that was the old Melbourne itself which I had left behind me more than 31 years before. But happily the old street names remained, and thus I began to feel again at home. Old colonist honors. Labors and honors opened at once. The day of my arrival I was to be the guest of the Melbourne Chamber of Commerce for the honor of a dinner to their first president. My friend Mr. Cowderer, the secretary, had telegraphed me to Hobart, in the hope that I might arrive in time to secure the dinner taking place prior to the exhibition opening, with all its proposed engrossing after festivities. Mr. Robert Reed, whose acquaintance I had made at the Grand Colonial Exhibition 2 years before, was now president of the chamber, and received me most cordially. For the following day again there was the opening of the exhibition, at which I was to march in the procession through the Avenue of Nations alongside of Mr. Francis Henty, now the sole survivor of the illustrious brotherhood who founded Victoria 54 years before. So far from anticipating such honors, I had been preparing myself to plead, on any public occasion that might offer, the cause of the early pioneers, for although, as I proposed to put it, we were but the babes, and have since been succeeded by the men, we were surely to count for something, as without the baby there could never have been the man. But all fears on that head were promptly dispersed, and at every turn honors were poured out upon the old pioneers, of the days of small things. I had repeatedly to confess, for myself as one of them, that it was a most pleasant and fortunate accident to have been an early colonist. But one disadvantage of these honors and attentions is that they are apt to excite the envy of your fellow mortals. Human nature, even the very best, can never be perfect. My old friend James Stuart Johnston challenged my right to appear in the grand procession, where he and a good half-dozen other old colonists had equal rights. I replied soothingly, regretting that so glorious a band of early warriors, who had borne nobly all the rough battle of early progress, how eloquent people can be in their own praise, should not have been superadded to honor and adorn the procession. But this not satisfying him, I was driven to bay, and fired my reserved shot, to the effect that I was the only old colonist who had come 12,000 miles on purpose to attend the opening. That shut him up. The suburbs. A busy time of public entertainments followed, during the intervals of which I visited energetically persons and places of old association. The Melbourne suburbs were quite as surprising as the city itself. Almost countless miles of streets had taken the place of the country roads or mere bush tracks of my recollection. While I stood wondering at these changes, I had to regret that the old features had so completely disappeared that I was at home nowhere, save that in an otherwise entirely unrecognizable area there would still appear the old name, such as the Sydney, the Richmond, or the Toorak Road. I had to be content with this scant remnant of the past, and to begin acquaintance with an entirely new set of occupant streets and dwellings. Old friends and old times. Then I turned to the old and early friends of the past. Some of them kindly called, others, less able, I had myself to seek out. Thus I met, besides Mr. J.S. Johnston, already mentioned, Mr. J. Marsden, Mr. Alfred Woolley, Mr. E.B. White, Mr. Damian, Mr. Bra, Mr. John Barker, Mr. R.W. Shatforth, the Messrs. Ham, and Dr. Black. Mr. Germain Nicholson, another old and worthy friend, was in Sydney, where he called for us, but we have not yet met. I found time to reach Sir William Stawell at his pleasant suburban residence at Kew, and was most agreeably disappointed to find the veteran head of the law very much more like his former self than report had accredited him. Another old friend, Sir Francis Murphy, I have as yet failed to meet, and also Mr. David Moore. Mr. Francis Henty drove us to the St. Kilda Road to pay our respects to Mrs. Edward Henty, who pleasantly surprised us with as yet hardly the marks of age, and as though fully intending to see at least one generation more of the progress of the great colony which her departed husband had founded. Mrs. D.C. MacArthur was still residing at Heidelberg along with her nieces, Miss Wright and Mrs. Were, the widow of my late old and intimate friend, Mr. J.B. Were. I saluted the former as the venerable mother of Melbourne society, and being thus one of her sons I claimed and exacted the full salutation of sonship. I claimed the same privilege from my other dear old friend, Mrs. Anne McCrae, whom I found hardly changed, in vigor of mind at least, although now 85 years of age. Almost next door was Mrs. Henry Creswick, daughter of my old friend Dr. Thompson, of Geelong, of whom, as one of the very earliest, and only a few months behind Batman himself, I have already spoken. We enjoyed a chat over the very oldest Victorian times. The Benevolent Asylum. I had one opportunity of taking old friends and fellow colonists in a wholesale fashion. The committee of the Benevolent Asylum complimented me by so pressing an invitation to visit an institution which I remembered and was interested in from its first commencement, that it was imperative on me to find the time to do so. The spectacle was alike most edifying and most interesting. The institution had enormously extended since my time, both in its accommodation and the number of its inmates. There were nearly 700 men and women, all of them helpless and destitute, and nearly all passed into old age. Some who were paralyzed in their lower limbs, and unable to move about, were put out in a sheltered place in the sunshine, to busy themselves in various ways of their own choosing, and we particularly noted 2 rather pretty young women, whose lively expression of face indicated no lack of happiness, and whose neat and nimble fingers turned out quantities of daily work. There was a considerable section of the blind, who were systematically treated, and had a library of their own. In one of the rooms were 2 dying men, one already past consciousness, the other still observant and even lively, but not expected to survive the night. Amongst so many and such aged people this sight was too familiar to greatly disturb the others. One of these was understood to be related to an English nobleman, and had passed through much adversity of colonial life. His face was still singularly indicative of the gentleman. Such cases are by no means rare in Australian experience. Our inspection was completed by a view of the kitchen and larder, and the interesting spectacle of about 300 of the men engaged together under one roof at dinner, every one of whom revelled in solid beef to his heart's content. Included in their number were 12 Chinamen, who seemed as comfortably at home as any of the others, and whose presence, perhaps, helped to impress a Chinese commissioner, who had lately visited the asylum, and who had left his record in the visitor's book to the effect that such an institution was an honor to mankind. The old Melbourne Cemetery. The old Flagstaff Hill and the old cemetery were 2 objects which I sought for on the earliest opportunity, and as the business daytime was so full of work, I took the early morning. The Flagstaff Hill I had soon to give up as quite unrecognizable under new plantations and roadways, but the cemetery, in its close vicinity, was much as I had left it, and there the old friends, albeit voiceless now, cropped up at every turn. Let me select a few, commenting as I go along, and beginning with the earliest in date. 1841. A series of the well-known early family of the Langhorns, some of whose members I often met. Let me begin with the wife of William Langhorne, who died in this far back year, and end with Alfred, who used to amuse us all with interminable stories, who had a strikingly beautiful wife, and who died in 1874. 1846. The beloved wife of Joseph Raleigh, aged 32 years, whose funeral I attended, to be witness to the profound grief of the husband thus prematurely bereft of a wife who was, as I recollect, a rarely fine woman. Even Carlyle's indifference to tombstone literature might tolerate these lines, recorded on her monument, both for their own high quality, and as the eloquent expression of the heart of the bereaved husband. Thou art gone to the grave, but we will not deplore thee, for God was thy ransom, thy guardian and guide. He gave thee, he took thee, and he will restore thee, and death hath no sting, for the Saviour hath died. 1846. Alan K. Rennie of Dundee, Scotland, aged 24. A remarkably fine young man, who died thus early, to the grief of all his friends. He was one of the staff of the Union Bank of Australia. Although the favorite of everyone, he retained his unaffected simplicity of manner and character to the last. He died of consumption, in the house of Mr. Castle, who had invited him there when he took ill, in order that he might be better attended to. Castle, James Gill, Alfred Ross, and myself took the last night of the dying lad in relays of 3 or 4 hours each, and when the last breath passed from the fine young face, Mrs. Castle, who stood by with the rest of us, and who had nursed him with the fondest mother's care, broke out into loud sobs of irrepressible grief. We decided upon a broken column as his monument, fit emblem of the life so early broken, and we settled his brief, simple epitaph, which Mr. Castle drew up, erected by his friends in this colony in testimony of esteem and regard. 1848. Edmund Charles Hobson, M.D., born 1814, died in his 34th year. The monument, erected by public subscription, commemorates also 2 sons and 1 daughter, all the family save one thus early carried off, for, alas! The father, although of large and well-filled mind, was a man of poor health and feeble physique. Mrs. Hobson, our old friend, still survives, but is at present in England. I have already alluded to the doctor and his high qualities. 1850. James Jackson, of Toorak, who died at sea, aged 47. This was Melbourne's greatest merchant of his early time, although he died at so early an age. His house at Toorak, or rather the second house which he, with his enlarging fortune, built there, but which he did not live to enjoy, was long the finest of the place, and served for some years as the governor's residence. It supplies a striking illustration of the sudden needs of the advancing colony after its golden era. A prominent Melbourne trader had leased it at £300 a year, but in the mid-term of the lease, a demand suddenly arising in 1854 for a government house for Sir Charles Hotham, Toorak was sublet at £10,000 a year. I recall the early, happy, Toorak home, where personal beauty in mother and young children lost its edge by being so common. The remaining family are now all in the old country. Mrs. Jackson still lives, the honored head of a surrounding of descendants, which, to me at least, have been long past counting. 1850. Isabella, widow of James Williamson, solicitor, Edinburgh, aged 70. This is the lady of whom I have already spoken, who gave up 6 fair daughters to the young settlement in its direst need, and who in turn have given to it multiplied sons and daughters. 1850. Edward Kerr, aged 52. In your charity, pray for the soul of Edward Kerr, of St. Heliers. This is my old friend, the father of separation, from New South Wales, with whom I marched for years towards attaining that object. He was a proud man, who, with his vigor of mind and body, grasped his world with a firm hand, and was not, perhaps, of the humor to ask the help or prayers of anyone. But his church, by enjoining the above formula over its dead, had its own way of humbling even the proudest, whether the great or the small, the prince or the peasant. I was surprised to find that one who held so commanding a position in our young community should have been, at death, only 52. He took the chief charge of the separation movement, if, indeed, it did not originate with him, but, sad to say, he died, at this too early age, just the year before the great object of his later life had been attained. In considering this question practically as a merchant, my view of the determining principle as to the mutual boundary line was that the natural tendency of the trading, whether it took the Sydney or the Melbourne direction, should decide. Thus the hoofs of the bullocks, whether they indicated the northerly or the southerly direction, would decide the contentious question. When I mentioned this point to Kerr, who, curiously enough, had wholly omitted it from a very long list of my reasons for separation, he saw at once its importance, and, in incorporating it in his list, remarked that it was worth all the rest put together. Whenever we sat together afterwards at a separation meeting, he would pass me the joke about the hoofs of the bullocks, deciding the boundary. Sir John Robertson has since told us that Melbourne missed its destiny in this fatal separation movement, for, had she remained within New South Wales, she would have been the capital of Eastern Australia. Well, that slap in the face to us is not altogether uncleverly or unfoundedly directed. The eventuality thus predicted for us might, indeed, have happened. And we, too, might have hesitated in our divisive course if we could but have foreseen two things. First, that the very next year Victoria should produce as much as 15 millions of gold, and for some 20 years after between 6 and 12 millions yearly. And second, that our mother, Sydney, who had completely the whip hand over us at the time, would have permitted us to use all our great resources in order to place ourselves, at her expense, the first in the race. 1853. The Honourable James Horatio Nelson Castle, H.M. Commissioner of Customs, member of the Executive Council of Victoria, born 1814. 39 years of age. I have already had to mention repeatedly one of my very best and most intimate friends. He died in November, 1853, while I was upon a home visit. He left a message for me that he looked forward to resuming our most pleasant friendship in heaven. What a reality of voice has this hope when it comes thus from the brink of the grave! What a strength of resistance to that tendency of modern science, which, as interpreted by some even of its greatest chiefs, is to abolish the hope of the life beyond the grave, and to class us all with the beasts that perish. The Melbourne Races. Those who delight in contrasts may follow me now to the Melbourne Races. Although not, in any sense or degree, a racing man, I could not forego this spectacle, so illustrative of the socialities and general progress of the colonists. This was a considerable occasion, as there were about 70,000 present, but it was not the Grand Cup Day, an occasion which can muster 150,000. The grand stand here seemed to me, from my recollection, equal to Epsom and Ascot together. The racing was in admirable style, the horses generally taking hurdles and steeples without visible hitch in their pace. I used to have a racing theory which was confirmed here, namely, that the horse should never be allowed ahead, or at least for more than a yard or two, till close on the finish, because he thus loses the highest of the excitement, and is more amenable to fatigue. In one splendid race, of a dozen or more, on this occasion, one man, who came in far ahead at the first round, I predicted was to lose the race, and so it proved, for at the second and final round he came in only 6th or 7th. The honour of the railway free pass. 16 days of Melbourne life had pleasantly glided away, and we must needs be off, because we had the rest of Australasia to see, and a very brief term for accomplishing so great a business. Honours had been heaped upon us. How we are to take it when we tumble once more to the common level at home I hardly know or like to think about. One of the most gratifying of these honours was the railway free pass, which Tasmania first sent us, followed by Victoria, South Australia, New South Wales, and Queensland. Later on I was accorded, through Mr. Labertuch's kind agency, the golden key or pass over the Victorian lines for life, which I was assured was my due as one of the original members of the first Victorian Parliament. From my old friend of nearly 40 years' standing, Sir Henry Parkes, I had a courteous note to the effect that our railway comfort should be looked after so soon as we crossed the frontier. The honour of these things is, by infinity, greater than the mere saving of money. This is to be literally the case, for our daughter is already counting up these savings, with the intention of claiming them for kangaroo and opossum cloaks and rugs. Albury. We took the day train to Albury instead of the through-night mail, so as to see Victoria, and have a few hours to spare to see Albury and its great wine business. We paid our respects to the Mayor of Albury, Mr. Mate, who, with Mr. Thompson, his son-in-law, showed us much attention, and we also inspected Mr. Fallon's great wine vaults, and tasted some excellent wine, including the pale, delicate Tokay. Albury, with its population of 8,000, reminded me of Melbourne about 1845. There was an air of comfort and prosperity all about, and a leisurely way of it, which contrasted pleasantly with the hurry and bustle of larger places. The bracing cold once more. Transferring ourselves now to the night mail, and awaking with the broad daylight of a sunny morning between Yass and Goulburn, we looked out upon a country all white with hoar frost, while our carriage windows had an inside coating of ice. This recalled an inspiring discussion at the Chamber of Commerce dinner a fortnight before, on my introducing the question of the snow and the highest civilization it symbolized. I had said that Victoria as well as Tasmania presented the significant snow. Mr. Service, the leader of the Federation movement, alike intercolonial and imperial, corrected me by substituting Australian for Victorian snow. But Mr. MacDonald Patterson, of Queensland, extended the snow line well over even northern New South Wales, as he told us of a heavy snowstorm he had encountered when travelling south from Brisbane, and which lay so thickly upon the ground as to tempt the passengers to a vigorous snowballing, which latterly concentrated upon the railway guard for his grudging attempt to end the sport by ringing his signal bell. But this snow and cold, however favourable to ultimate civilization, were by no means a pleasure just at the moment, and I had to put on the very warmest clothing I ever heaped upon me in an English or Scotch winter. Nor did I escape a severe cold withal, which is only now disappearing under the genial influence of the balmy air of Queensland, which, now as I write, comes to us off the land towards the end of our voyage from Sydney to Brisbane, 19th to 21st August. We are just passing the South Queensland boundary of 30 degrees latitude, and as a few more hours will land us amidst troops of new friends at Brisbane, I expedite my work, fearing that, as at Melbourne, our brief space of time will be otherwise occupied. Melbourne and Sydney. Having just seen Sydney as well as Melbourne, I feel bound to give my impressions of both, which will, I think, be best and most briefly done in the form of a comparative sketch. I must premise with the remark that the great extent of both cities, the great and solid basis of trade on which they appear to rest, and above all the quick and ready step with which they apply to practical purposes the progress, mechanical or scientific, of our age, are beyond anything I had expected to meet with, well prepared as I had previously been upon the subject. Thus the electric light, electric bells, and other electric uses, the telephone, and the lift system, all seem to me in more general use than in London and our larger home cities. The lift, for instance, is, as the rule, in every bank or other large institution for the use of the staff or customers or visitors. It is certainly as yet the rare exception in such cases in London. The Sydney Press. In Sydney I was first met by my old and esteemed friend the Honourable George Alfred Lloyd, who, besides many other attentions, took me to Sir Henry Parkes, with whom I enjoyed some interesting political and financial conversation. I afterwards met the Honourable Mr. Burns, the Treasurer, and discussed with him the prospects for Consolidated Australasian 3%, a prospect which, as he said, he feared might be still far off, owing to the perverse fancy of the other colonies to enter upon special protective systems of their own, which, after being established, they, or the interests protected, might not be disposed to give up even for the sake of a federated Australasia. Next we called for one of our fellow passengers per Coptic, Mr. Sidman, at the grand offices of the Evening News, and the Town and Country Journal, for one or other of which he had been editorially engaged. This happily led to our introduction to the proprietor, Mr. Bennett, and to our being shown the wonders of the press of our southern empire. And here, again, I had to notice that all the latest steps of progress are taken up so promptly, and so thoroughly. The time of our visit was between 1 and 2 o'clock, and the work of throwing off the Evening News of that day had begun. The machines, we were told, embodied the very latest improvements, and when we alluded to that of the Argus, just then being fitted up, with every latest appliance, at the Melbourne exhibition, Mr. Bennett assured us that the machinery before us comprised them all. We saw first the stereotyping process, by which copies of the one typesetting of the paper can be multiplied indefinitely. Then 3 machines were set in action, delivering 10,000 copies each per hour. A 4th machine was added shortly after, which delivered somewhat more, and this latter appeared to us the exact counterpart of the Argus machine, as already seen by us in London. I recall a joke of many years back when mechanical contrivance was attracting much general attention, and arousing great hopes, to the effect that a sheep would some day enter the machine of the future at one end, and be delivered at the other as ready-cooked food in broadcloth. What we saw was not a whit less wonderful. The great roll of paper unrolled itself into one end of the machine, and, even more quickly than one could walk the half-dozen yards of distance, it emerged in separate papers, dropped, as I said, at 10 to 12,000 an hour, printed, folded, cut, and numbered to the dispersing hand which received them. The circulation of the evening news is 60,000 daily. That of The Age, as I learned on arrival at Melbourne, has now advanced in its inspiring career to 76,000. These are the papers of greatest circulation in the Southern Hemisphere. Such is already the press of the infant Hercules of Australasia. Another stirring sight next greeted our eyes ere we quitted the evening news office, namely, the crowd of eager little newsboys waiting for their trade stock. Pressing to the small open window, where their tiny sums were paid to the cashier, they received their check, and forthwith proceeded to the fountains which were dropping out their supplies at the rate of 4 copies per second, all ready for delivery. They received 12 of the penny papers for 9 pence. These poor little fellows would begin, perhaps, with 9 pence as all their capital. They get their dozen papers, and if smart, sell them possibly in not many more minutes. Then they are back with their increased capital, and so by quick degrees they get to be quite large dealers. We saw one little fellow, already a great capitalist in his way, with a load of papers which one would have thought he could hardly carry, but which, nevertheless, he managed with well-practiced adroitness. Comparison of the two capitals. If comparisons are proverbially odious, they must be specially so if drawn out upon insufficient data. I must not, therefore, on such a flying inspection, go very deeply into my comparative analysis. And yet, under all the circumstances, the subject is one for which I feel not altogether incompetent. To begin with, I had not, perhaps, sufficient time in failing to note any material difference of physique due to the difference of latitude, Melbourne having the cooler temperature by 4 to 5 degrees of Fahrenheit. Tasmania and southern New Zealand give notably the ruddy plumpness of the English face. Conversing with a young friend, who was interested in football, he remarked that latitude is important in a game which was mainly one of muscular strength. Thus, speaking generally, Hobart will beat Melbourne, Melbourne Sydney, and Sydney Brisbane. But what as to New Zealand? I said. New Zealand, he replied, will square with England, and the Southern Island may beat her. The tide of general business in either city seemed to me equal, but the streets and the public and business buildings of Sydney were scarcely equal, either in number or style, to those of Melbourne, at least if the great edifices and other works of the latter, either just being finished or in progress of erection, be considered. The Melbourne harbour is conspicuously one of these, and will surpass alike that of Sydney and those of most of the rest of the world. On the other hand, however, the grand natural harbourage of Port Jackson, not to dwell upon its surpassing scenic beauty, gives to Sydney a most decided economic advantage for all time. Melbourne has two obvious superiorities, first in the systematic laying out of the streets, and second in the more conveniently level site. Thus no Sydney street can compare with Collins Street, where even the moderate rise of the eastern and western hills still adds to the commanding effect of the whole line. The Melbourne street tram system is also greatly superior to that of Sydney, and seems, indeed, to have attained to all that is possible in that direction. In point of population, Melbourne continues ahead, having, with the suburbs, about 400,000, while Sydney has about 350,000. On the other hand, New South Wales has rather the advantage over Victoria in the total population, as well as in the amount of external commerce, having lately, in these respects, overtaken her younger sister, after the latter had clean distanced her senior for a whole generation by help of the surpassing gold production. The populations are now about 1,050,000 respectively. The rival race. In estimating the future of these two great colonies and their respective capitals, I will endeavor to mark some distinctive considerations. Unquestionably, the climatic difference, although it may not be serious, is in favor of Victoria, for the English race of both colonies and for English industries. Then, again, we have this ever-occurring Australian drought, from which Victoria does not indeed always or altogether escape, but to which, with her cooler sea-girt shores, she is certainly less liable than her sister colonies, including New South Wales. Even now, as I sail along the northern shores of the latter and along southern Queensland, the severe drought which has prevailed for the past 6 months is indicated by the ascending smoke of bushfires in every direction, while Victoria, as I left it, was in universal green from the sufficiency of rain. Lastly, there is the disputable question as to how the much wider area of New South Wales than Victoria bears upon the question. Is that a help to her or a drag? With the present scant population to either, the advantage seems to me with Victoria, compact as she is, and full of fertile land. 50 years hence, when the population of each has passed from 1 million to 10 millions, and when a system of irrigation has fertilized the large proportion of now sterile areas of the larger colony, the latter will assert her precedence and, perhaps, easily pass her rival. But for the present she is rather handicapped than otherwise by her distances. Granting that she has throughout as many rich acres as Victoria, still she is, for the time being, under the disadvantage of having to draw her resources from greater distances, from an average, say, of more than 300 miles to Victoria's 100. Against this collective relative handicapping in her race, New South Wales has happily still to oppose her good fortune in having adhered as yet to the impartial freedom of exchange for the labor products of all her workers, while Victoria has restricted that freedom, and has, consequently, by so much, reduced that product, by her protective enactments. Let me try to estimate this most important matter. Victoria has seen fit to protect certain interests, agricultural and manufacturing, at the expense of the whole of her public. Happily for her, the agricultural protection is probably almost, if not indeed altogether, inoperative, as the climate and the soil of the country, and the vigor of her people, give to her, independently, the natural lead in agricultural products. But the manufacturing protection is confessedly effective, so that the manufacturers would not be forthcoming without the extra price of protection. Let us average this protection at 25%, and let us further suppose that 1/5 of all the people's requirements are thus extra charged. This means that the Victorian public are made to pay in the proportion of £125 for a class of their daily requisites which the New South Wales public, by virtue of their freedom of exchange for all the products of their labour, can secure for £100, and that this very considerably enhanced cost affects as much as the 1/5 part of all those requisites. Victoria, and the vigorous life which peoples her, will in any case ever present a spectacle of surprising progress. But if she is mated in a race in which, while the two rivals are otherwise equal, she is thus restricted in labor output by protection, while the other keeps herself free, she is as surely to be beaten in that race as if, on her grand Flemington racecourse, she were the seriously handicapped horse of a noble pair admitted to be otherwise equal. Postscript. Brisbane, August 22. My publisher affords me just time to record my arrival yesterday, at the capital of the youthful but already great Queensland, and to give some opinions of the place after a glance, which is, however, of necessity so cursory. Brisbane is to me not less astonishing than either Sydney or Melbourne. From the adjacent heights of Mount Cootha, I looked over several square miles, mostly of thickly compacted streets and dwellings, comprising a town and connected suburbs of 75,000 busy people. While the suburban houses are chiefly of wood, the town proper already, in some respects, fairly rivals its senior sisters of the south. Thus Queen Street, in its general architectural aspect, and in the tide of business life which it presents, is but little short of the chief streets of these other cities, while the structures of two of the Queensland banks, the Queensland National and the London Chartered of Australia, together with those of the Australian Mutual Provident Society and of the stores of Messrs. D.L. Brown and Company, Messrs. Stewart and Hammett, and Messrs. Scott, Dawson and Stewart, seemed to me quite equal to anything of the kind, respectively, which I had met with since my arrival. Indeed, I am prepared to congratulate my friend, Mr. Drury, at the head of the former of these banks, upon an edifice which, in graces of structure, as well as in mere dimensions, seems to me to surpass all rivalry. The Bank of England, the highly conservative Old Lady of Threadneedle Street, On the recent occasion of negotiating yet one more large Queensland loan, broadly hinted to her go-ahead client that her borrowing must, for a time at least, be more restricted. I do not deny the wisdom of this advice, for truly all Australasian borrowing has been utterly outside of all principle and precedent. But while the home public is preoccupied with these colonies' great debts, my visit here has diverted the leading idea rather to the solid and expansive basis of trade and prosperity which I see around me. I have not yet seen South Australia or New Zealand, but, from what already reaches my ears, I have no reason to expect that my account of either colony is to differ materially, if at all, from that of the others. The ready facility to incur debt on behalf of colonial progress is due, as it seems to me, rather to consciousness of strength than to indifference about financial obligation. Each colony will pay, with equal certainty and promptitude, although a New South Wales or a Victoria may do so with less strain than their sisters.